The truth is, I love good food, and lots of it, at any time. But I know too that at the end of a long day, cooking can seem just like another exhausting chore. So what we need is a sort of simple food you can face cooking on those days when you just have to hit that kitchen running. We're doing the shoot for the book. Now, we're day 7, it's a 10-day shoot. We've done so far, I'd say, 80 rolls of film, just about 3,000 pictures. So we're all feeling a bit frazzled, which is why I haven't combed my hair for a week. Mozzarella and carrozza is the ultimate TV dinner. It's quick to make, you eat it with your hands, and the really useful thing is the few ingredients you do need, you can just pop out in your lunch hour and buy. Milk. Now, all you do is make sandwiches with this very nice Italian bread, as you can see. I mean, I'm sure the Italians don't use plastic bread, but it works very well. Crusts off. This makes a great sort of quick tea for children when they come back from school, because it doesn't take long to make and they love it. It's like, I suppose, pizza sandwich. You could put some tomato in, I suppose. Just going to put the oil in the pan now because these don't take long to make. Jackson Pollock with the oil here. Now, you just use ordinary mozzarella. You don't need to get that expensive buffalo mozzarella because, if anything, the point about this sandwich is you don't want it too milky and liquid, and you want this to be melting and gooey, but you don't want it actually to make the bread too damp inside. Okay, slice this. Doesn't matter how you slice it because you're only making sandwiches. Quite small pieces is good, it helps its stringiness. The other good thing about this bread is that because it's so pappy, you can kind of wodge them sealed shut at the outside, a bit of kind of like papier-mâché work. You know, these are not meant to be perfect 1980s specimens. They're just, it's just kind of quick food on the run. Right, milk first. Flour, doesn't really matter, I mean, how much. I use 3 spoons, but I mean, it's just to dredge them in. And egg. Now this is my favourite little implement. It's cheap, it's called a Magic Whisk or a Magic Whisk, whatever, it's from France. And it takes lump out of any sauce, and it's very good just for whisking up eggs or anything. Bit of pepper and salt just for seasoning. Because mozzarella actually is quite bland. I mean, that's what's nice about it in a way. Which is why also I think this is wonderful with chilli, either in it or like Tabasco dripped on top afterwards. Now I'll just kind of show the sandwich to the milk because this bread is really absorbent and you don't want a kind of liquid sludge. In the flour, in the egg, and in the pan. Okay, I'm going to carry on with these ones. I first had mozzarella and carrozza when I was chambermaid in Italy. What it means, I surmised, was mozzarella in a carriage. This doesn't tell you a great deal, but I suppose it just means that it's contained. Now these just need to be fried until they're golden on the outside, and so they'll be golden and slightly crispy. I mean, not crunchy, but slightly crispy on the outside, and then really gooey and melting in the middle. So I turn, you can see where I haven't sealed the bread brilliantly. Some of the cheese oozing out, which is great. Okay, ready? Just cut this in half, and this is what you want. All this kind of melting gooiness, and when it goes into spoons, look, look at that. Cheese flavoured chewing gum. I might often need to cook on the run, but I still want something really substantial, a kind of supper eaten with a knife and fork. This is chicken chorizo and cannellini beans with a bit of kale. Very quick. Now, one of the reasons I love this, I mean, apart from the taste, is that it's so easily thrown together. 5 minutes from liftoff, I reckon. It's not bad. Okay, a bit of chicken stock concentrate in my simmering water. Look, I know everyone will say you have to make chicken stock from fresh and otherwise it's just despicable. It's not. I like poaching the chicken here, which is to say just cooking it in the simmering water. One, because it's very quick, but also it keeps the chicken incredibly tender. Cannellini beans. Use any beans you want. I like these. My fencing mask. I bought this in New York. I saw it there. I had no idea what it was for. Still don't. Of course I had to have it, even though it meant having to lug it back. Chorizo, which is just Spanish sort of paprika sausage. It used to be difficult to get. It isn't at all now. It's from the supermarket. It's wonderful. It's sort of pearled with fat. Now, because it's cured, you're just warming it through. I don't want to fry it because I don't want to seal the edges. Just let everything ooze out. Okay? Bit of oil in the pan, but only a bit. Just ordinary oil. This is olive oil, but not extra virgin, because this will give off some fat. And anyway, you don't want a really strong taste because the paprika will give it to you anyway. As I say, it's just warming it through and letting everything just mellow. Beautiful. I love kale. It's so kind of rich and iron heavy, which is sort of perfect with the chicken and the beans quite bland, the paprika's quite hot and the sausage, and then this really, it's almost like a meaty vegetable. So it's really just a bit of plonking about in pans. And now, my fencing mask of beans. Now what happens is the paprika just oozes out of the sausage, just begins to coat some of the beans, which looks beautiful, tastes better. Perfect. Now if I can find put my cupboards in such mess. Right. So that's the first bit. Beautiful. See how useful this fencing mask is. Luckily I have asbestos hands. Dish this out. Beautiful, really wonderful and tender. So just the last thing, which is a bit of sweet smoked paprika on top of the chicken, which makes it look beautiful, but also it kind of brings the paprika taste again from the sausage. Although it's not hot, it's just smoky and sweet and earthy and wonderful. Okay, supper. On a working day, you don't necessarily have time to shop for your supper, so it makes sense to keep things in store so you can get yourself something to eat quickly. One of my favourite puddings is vanilla ice cream with toasted pine nuts and warm honey. Now, just cook these in a dry pan, warm this in the microwave, pour them over the ice cream, and it's fabulous. My real larder standby is this marsala, which is fortified wine, and you just slosh it into any pan of meat or fish you're cooking, and you've got an instant sort of bubbling up gravy. Pasta, obviously, you know, a quick working day supper. Linguine, my favourite, and what I love this with is with garlic infused olive oil and cubes of pancetta. I mean, to be frank, it's hardly a recipe, just 3 ingredients: the pasta, this pancetta, which is just Italian bacon, and some garlic-infused olive oil. You can use whatever you want, ordinary olive oil, and chop up some garlic, but this, frankly, is easier, especially after a long day at the office. Now, what I always do is cut off the rind of the pancetta, simply because if I bung it in the dish with the oil, it will give off all its fat and juices. You can buy just bits of cubes of lardon, with the French equivalent, in supermarkets that's already diced for you. Or else you can just get ordinary bacon and just cut it up. Right. Just smoosh it about a bit with your hands. I like a bit of hands-on work, and the rest isn't. Stick it in the oven. About 15 or 20 minutes should do it. Now, I tend to salt pasta water always at this stage. I mean, it doesn't really matter, obviously, but unsalted water comes to the boil faster than salted water, and I'm not a patient person. Every little helps. Right. I tend to use about the same weight of pasta as pancetta, half packet. Might just about do me. There again, it might not. And just stir it about so it doesn't stick. Let it come up to the boil. The packet instructions say 11 minutes, so I think, well, I got 10 minutes to forget about everything. The pancetta's in the oven, the linguine's in the water. I'm not needed. So I'm just going to set my alarm. 10 minutes, unwind, and slip into something a little more comfortable. Fabulous. Look at that. Wonderfully bronzed and crisp, but you can still see the pink bits. Just going to take off the fat and rind to eat alone and in private later. And then we'll strain this. And now all you do is bung this in here and just mix it all up so that all those wonderful bacony, salty juices just dress the pasta. You can just see all the pasta darken in the sauce. And I'll just tip it into the bowl. And then, I do think parsley is good. I can't really be bothered with chopping, but you can just scissor it in. And anyway, because the pancetta cubes are quite big, it's quite nice to have quite a sort of rough bit of parsley on top. Let me just have a quick... Oh, bit of pepper. Right, bed, television, food. Mimi, Bruno, breakfast ready. That's enough, Bruno. Cooking something at breakfast time, mad though it seems, I promise you isn't about being a kind of deranged superwoman. This is incredibly easy. It's bitter orange ice cream, and all you do is just put zest, juice, sugar, cream, whisk it and put it in the deep freeze, and then when you take it out at the end of the day, you know, you've got your ice cream. I first made this ice cream with Seville oranges, which are incredible because they have the flavour of orange, but that sour intensity of lemon. But the only thing is, you know, they're only available in January, not that useful. So I found by mixing just an ordinary sweet orange and 2 limes means that you get that same sourness and fragrance and hit. But, you know, you can use lemon. In fact, you could use 3 lemons and make a lemon ice cream. Just whatever you want, whatever you've got. You don't have to be precise about zesting, just, you know, roughly do one. What's really delicious with this bitter orange ice cream is chocolate sauce. Just put, you know, I don't know, a bar of dark chocolate and an equal weight double cream in a saucepan and melt them together. It's just delicious over it. Right, so into the zest and juice. It's about 175 grams of icing sugar, which just dissolves into the acid of the juice. And the really brilliant thing about this is that you don't have to sieve it, and the only kitchen job I really loathe and detest is sieving. Right, big pot of cream. Well, that's it, stir it. I mean, I'm going to whisk it in here, but to be frank, you can use just one of those little handheld electric whisks. You don't want this really thick, just soft peaks. And that's it. And that's it. In the deep freeze, nothing else to do. Mimi, Bruno, school, come on. Wait for me. You know, just because something is unfamiliar doesn't mean it's difficult to cook. I mean, this squid with salt and pepper is incredibly easy, very quick. And what is probably the simplest thing about it is that this is the only ingredient you need to buy, and you can get it frozen and keep it in the deep freeze. The rest you're probably going to have in the house. In other words, some peppercorns and salt, which you then very pleasurably smash to smithereens. Fine. So the squid, my squidlets. Look at these babies. The baby squid is great because it's so tender. So nice little rings. Beautiful. Keep the tentacles whole, and when you fry them, they just swell up like chrysanthemum blossoms. Salt and pepper mixture just goes into a bit of corn flour and give it a good sort of swing around just so everything coats the squid. Oh, this is a very good part. You have got to feel a bit more relaxed at the end of the day after a bit of squelching and squeezing like this. Okay. That's it. Now I'm going to turn this up. Just put a teeny bit of ring in to see if it sizzles and is ready. That's right. You know, it's really difficult to undercook squid when it's as tender as this. And you just see when they get rosy and start kind of bulging out of the fat a bit. I just want to eat just with a lemon with this, just to maintain the zen-like purity. Right, we can tong out. Look at this. So, just lemon, and either your fingers or my special chopsticks for the eternally incompetent. You two, I want you to get your homework done now. We'll read your books. The farm.
The farm.
Well done. If you are going to be inviting friends over in the middle of the week for supper, you really need to be sure you have food you can cook quickly, easily, and that doesn't need too much strenuous shopping. And this pumpkin and seafood curry is just that. I mean, I'm evangelical about this. Top of a can of coconut milk. The top tends to be thick like this, and then it gets sort of thin and watery underneath. Into that, I use yellow curry paste. You can use red if you want. I just love this golden colour. I use 2 tablespoonfuls. Some like it hot, I like it very hot. So just whisk these together, and all, you know, the curry paste and the thick bit of the milk will just meld together in sort of golden, aromatic sludge. Fine. So, now, the rest of the coconut milk, can you see, look, they're running a bit. And then, a bit of fish stock, and, you know, I'm using it out of a jar. So this is all these liquid stocks that I seem to be addicted to. Put that in. Fish sauce. Got my Nigella's spoons, 3 tablespoons. Although I can't be bothered to measure it. But I taste so much of this anyway. Right, spoonful of sugar, just to balance the sort of sweet-sour intensity. Turmeric. Really, this is just to enhance the kind of goldenness. Lovely. Lime leaves, just snip them in. Lemongrass. Now, I like this bit. You have to bruise the lemongrass, by which I mean put the flat of the knife on and press down. And then kind of helps that lovely gentle sourness permeate that broth. So just bring this to the boil and get on with the pumpkin. You can use butternut squash if you want, whatever's easier. You need 1 kilo, which sounds like a hideous amount, but in fact, it's only these 2 pieces by the time you've peeled and seeded. I often do a vegetarian version of this, and for myself too, and I am no vegetarian. Simply, instead of fish stock, I use vegetable stock, and in place of the seafood, a few cans of drained chickpeas. It's really fabulous. Oh, so beautiful as well. I mean, that's sort of got to cheer you up. Okay, in with the pumpkin. While it's particularly, is what I find when you invite people around for supper, especially after work, they tend to be late. And what you do with this is you just cook the pumpkin until it's tender. And it's so hard to say when that is, because some seem to take 5 minutes, some 15. But once you've done that, you can turn it off and leave it, because the fish that's going in later will take 5 minutes. Well, pumpkin's about tender. All that happens now is you plonk in 500 grams, thereabouts. It's a pound in old money. This is wonderful fish for curry because it's so robust and it can really hold up to it well. Prawns. Now, the only thing I'm going to be really bossy about here, I mean it, is these prawns have to be raw. Just don't even bother with cooked prawns, just leave them out in that case. This will take about, I don't know, 3 to 5 minutes. Not too demanding. Up to the boil. Let these cook, so that's going to take hardly any time. So, just so I can keep busy, I'm going to chop some coriander for later now. Perfect. That's done. Veg. I like these packets of pak choy you can get, but you can really use any vegetables you want. And in fact, I sometimes use those, already topped and tailed fine beans. They'll need longer than the pak choy, which really just needs to be wilted. So let it come back to the boil and you're done. Bit of tamping down. Give it a minute, if that. Oh, glorious. So a taste for the seasoning. Lovely. But I think be even more wonderful, just a teeny weeny bit of lime juice, and it will sing. So, what I've got to do now, dish it up, little fragrant last minute sprinkling of coriander. We're away. I have to say, if I'm being honest, for me, all food is comfort food. But there are times when, because of work or the pressures of life, you really need a bowlful of something warm and familiar, or a slice of something sweet, just to make you feel the world is a safer place. haven't gone completely mad. I know I'm about to cook some mashed potatoes, but it's not because I think you need a precise recipe for them, but just because I couldn't even contemplate comfort food without starting here. Cream, not too much, just the right amount. You can use milk, of course, but do not even consider semi-skimmed or skimmed. It has to be full fat. And then some butter. Now, I think it really makes a real difference if the milk or cream or whatever is warm. It seems to make the mash more tender. Now, this is my favourite bit, the potato ricer. And why this makes a difference, and it's cheap, and I just got it from the local supermarket, is that you don't have to peel the potatoes. You just stick them in as they are, which makes this entirely manageable, and just force it through. Just enough power needed to make this satisfying, but not too hard for a wimp like me. And then you can just peel back the skin that stays there, so it makes life so much easier. Now, white pepper, and I think this is the thing that makes the difference. Fresh nutmeg, which in large quantities is a hallucinogen, and in small quantities induces a wonderful feeling of well-being. Object of the exercise. Quick taste. And salt then. And I think a bit more butter, since what I'm doing here is seeking to offer protection from life solely through the means of potato, butter and cream. This is probably enough protection from life as it is. And I don't think, to be honest, you need to have mashed potato with anything. I'll leave those there for later, actually. A modest portion. There are times when only mashed potato will do. Now, the thing about cold mashed potato is that it doesn't taste so good reheated, but it makes really good fish cakes. This is tinned salmon, and actually they taste more like nursery food, and it's that that's so comforting. Anyway, children love them too, which is good. Just an egg, some cayenne pepper, not too much, especially if children are going to be eating them, and zest of half a lemon. If you're using cold boiled potatoes, which you've just put through the ricer, then add a bit of melted butter to give them that lovely richness. And just mix together. Only drawback of canned salmon is it does smell a bit like cat food, but it just tastes so delicious that you just have to suffer this bit. And form them into patties, or about the size of, your palm. It's not rocket science. You make them whatever size you want. And just stick them on a baking sheet. I just line it with cling film so they don't stick. And they need to sit in the fridge for a while, because if you were to try and fry them straight as they are, they would just kind of gloop all over the place. And all you do is dip them in some beaten egg, and then I use mozza meal after that. You could use breadcrumbs, and then fry them in butter and a teeny bit of oil. Okie doke, that's it. So, to the fridge. I just couldn't sleep securely in my house at night unless I have a store cupboard banked with food. I have to say, food is to me what shoes were for Imelda Marcos. This is my chocolate stash. Now, of course, I keep these for cooking, you understand, but they are very, very necessary, these buttons here, for middle of the night when only chocolate will do. And then the sugar, great for making you feel very reassuringly like your house is banked about with good things. Vanilla pods and caster sugar, and frankly all you need to do is put a teaspoon in some warm milk at night. Life's better. And this is is my absolute favourite rice for risotto. For me, the ultimate comfort food. And you know, it's not just that risotto is comfort food, I think it's comfort cooking. And I know that a lot of people make a fuss about making risotto and worry about, you know, when it's the right stage and is it too finicky. But I have to say, I find mindless repetitive activity, this is what this is, just stirring, immensely comforting. If you can't get shallots, don't worry, just use the white part of some spring onions. Chop these as finely as you've got patience for. I mean, you can use a processor, it just seems a bit mad to give yourself that washing up just for a bit of shallot and celery. Talking of which, I know that a lot of people don't like celery, but what I would say is this won't make the risotto taste of celery, it just gives it a sort of mellow herbalness and a lightness that makes such a difference. Perfect. Right, butter. Bit of oil, this is ordinary olive oil, not extra virgin. And that will stop the butter from burning. And rice, this is lovely stuff, like sort of flat pearls. 300 grams. Now, there is a kind of direct ratio, obviously, between the amount of rice and stock, and for that 300 grams, I want a litre of stock, by which I mean water from a recently boiled kettle with some of these vegetable stock granules, which are incredibly good. Now, this wonderful celery and shallot mixture. Now, it won't sizzle much because I don't want this to cook over high heat. I want it to stay pale and I want it not to harden, just cook into kind of mellow flavour. And what you can do, if you don't want onions to burn, is just sprinkle some salt on top, and the salt releases the liquid inside the onion and that stops it from colouring. It might sizzle a bit just a minute after as the water goes into the butter, but that's fine. And now just tumble in the rice, stir around. The idea here is that the rice gets covered in this vegetably butter, it gets slicked and glossy, and then when you start ladling in the stock, it will start to swell and absorb all the stock, and then it starts giving off that wonderfully starchy, creamy quality that turns this into risotto. Right. So just ladle the stock in, and you have to wait until the rice has absorbed that ladleful before you carry on with the next ladle. Now, after the rice has absorbed, you know, about 3 or 4 ladlefuls, you can start sort of swashing a bit more in, and it doesn't matter if you don't keep stirring all the time. You can just get on with anything nearby. You can't leave it. But now, it should take about 20 minutes for all the stock to be absorbed and for the rice to be cooked, but it's hard to be absolutely precise because, you know, even different bags of the same sort of rice, you know, differ enormously. So I am going to get on with chopping a bit of rosemary. Not too much. The thing about rosemary is if you use a small amount, it gives a sort of wonderful, pronounced herbal hit. If, however, you go just slightly overboard, you just get soapiness. So in with these lovely fresh green spikes. And zest of, I don't know, about half of an unwaxed lemon. Now, off the heat, gonna add the final bit of egg and lemon and cream, the mantecatura. So, 1 egg yolk. Doesn't matter if there's a bit of white to it, you just don't want too much. Cream. And this is wonderful, really kind of balances the sharpness of the lemon later. Parmesan, just wonderful pale curls of it. And lemon juice. Quite like this sort of ritual disemboweling of the lemon. And then whisking it turns it into this wonderful primrose emulsion. And then stir in this, and it turns this rather sort of pale rice into this extraordinary kind of blonde risotto. And just stir it until it's so wonderfully soupy alonda, the Venetians call this. It means with a wave to it. Perfect. Now, in theory, this would be enough for supper for two. In practice, I rather feel one. So you eat this, you know the world is a better place. Right, this is supper, and what I love about this is that it's incredibly simple. It's just sweet potato, ordinary potato, peppers, garlic, onion, chopped up, not peeled, in a roasting tin, and then when everything's cooked, a bit of halloumi cheese just sliced on top. So you can be as tired as you probably are and still cope with this. Because ordinary potato takes longer to cook than sweet potato, the ordinary white potato should be a bit smaller. So do this about 4 centimetres square. And all these vegetables, I mean, both the potatoes, even the ordinary potato, but especially the sweet potato, the red onion and the peppers are all very sweet, which I suppose is also why it's comforting. But the halloumi is incredibly salty, and the contrast between those two is just perfect. Right, the onion, just in quarters or eighths. Red and yellow peppers, garlic. Right, where's my oil? Here it is. And this is the bit I like in a minute. Just go like that with your fingers just so that everything is covered a bit. And then some pepper. Don't put salt on. One, because the halloumi later is very salty, but also because what you don't want is water to leach out of the vegetables. You want them to roast rather than braise. And that's sort of 3/4 of an hour in a fairly hot oven. So look, the vegetables are cooked and golden. So just slice the halloumi, stick it on top, and put it back in the oven or under a grill until the cheese has begun to melt. So the halloumi is blistered and brown, and a bit of parsley just to add oomph, and eat it straight out of the pan. When it comes to comfort food, this is it. The real McCoy, or rather the real McCoy. It's a chicken soup, Jewish penicillin, soother of life, restorative broth, feet, very important part. This is a boiling chicken. It looks scraggy, but there is so much more flavour in it. All I've done with this is boil it, some salted water, for about 2.5 hours with carrots, onion, not even peeled, bay leaves, celery, parsley stalks, and some peppercorns. What I like is to have this very clear soup, and in it some dumplings, not any old dumplings, knedlach. And these are just dumplings made with mozza meal, which is a sort of cracker crumbs, egg, and although in this context, believe me, stodge is good, in order to make the dumplings really sort of as fluffy as they can be, you need to whisk this egg very, very well. And next comes crucial ingredient, schmaltz. Now, schmaltz is just chicken fat. Otherwise, you can use goose fat. Really, if you're not going to go on either of those ones, it should be margarine. I prefer butter, which is absolutely in conflict with every Jewish dietary law, so it's up to you. But a couple of tablespoonfuls of the soup stock or water, I mean, whatever. Salt and pepper, and then 100 grams of mozza meal, which you just whisk in. Now, you want this mixture to be firm enough to make little dumplings out of, but just with a bit of stickiness so that they're going to be lighter. They need to be in the fridge for half an hour to an hour to firm up. And this is about the right texture here. So just stick these in the fridge, and in half an hour we can make our Nigella. Now the chicken soup in all its pure goldenness. Now I'm sieving it through some kitchen towel just to remove any excess fat. What you can do, and I tend to do normally, is just cook it the day before and then put it in the fridge, and you just kind of skim off the fat because it solidifies on top. There were some scientific tests of chicken soup recently which showed that it actually did possess anti-inflammatory and antibacterial properties, although I do have to say that the true believers, and I mean that in the culinary rather than devotional sense, need no outside corroboration. You just have to taste this, even just look at it to know that it's going to do you good. Now for my little dumplings, or not so little, the Nigella do swell as they cook. And they've had about 20 minutes simmering in salted water. They float to the surface when they're cooked in any way. They start looking kind of fluffier and just ready to be eaten. Look at these little babies going in. If you wanted not to bother with the Nigella bit, just put in some cooked noodles or rice. This is it. Now look at this golden ladleful. You need comfort food, you want chocolate cake, and this chocolate cake is kind of doubly comforting because it's incredibly easy. So I've just put in here 175 grams of unsalted butter, which I melted and then let it cool a bit. And I know I don't normally, give precise measurements, but that's because baking, you do need to be precise, not just spontaneous. You have to obey the rules. 125 mils of corn or other vegetable oil and 300 mils of ice water. Just mix these together. And now it's just a question of kind of plonking a couple of bowlfuls of things in. In this bowl, I've got 400 grams of plain flour, 250 of golden caster sugar, but use ordinary caster sugar if that's easier, 100 grams of light muscovado sugar, 50 grams of the most wonderful brown and sort of earthy cocoa, 2 teaspoons of baking powder and a teaspoonful of bicarb, and it's just whoosh in here. And then just mix this. Now, it makes a very liquid batter, this cake, and that's what keeps it so wonderfully moist later, so don't be alarmed that it's not, a thick spoonable cake mix. It's just cocoa batter, look at that. Okay, so the third and final stage, in here, one of those small tubs of sour cream, 3 eggs and a tablespoonful of really nice vanilla extract. Give it a stir. And then, let's see how easy this is, just add that. Stir again. We're not talking strenuous exercise, but we are talking deep, deep pleasure. So perfect. Okay, now these are just a couple of ordinary sandwich tins, nothing special. Some baking parchment on the base and a bit of butter on the side. And all you need to do with this is pour it in, just half in each tin. And I'm not going to scrape it all out because licking out the bowl is an elementary part of the comfort and pleasure. That's it really, just now in the oven. To ice a chocolate cake, you need a really good chocolate icing, and this, of course, is the fundamental part. It's melted. Now I melt chocolate in the microwave because it's kind of easy, about 3 minutes medium, and I use these chocolate buttons. One, because they're very good, but also because then I don't have to chop the chocolate before I stick it in. And what makes this icing very fudgy is a modest amount of butter. Packet has to be soft, has to be unsalted, and 275 grams of icing sugar has to be sieved so the icing is smooth. Just add it gradually, spoonful by spoonful. So these cakes on the cooling rack had about, I'd say, just under an hour in a 180-degree oven. And what you'll notice is the centres are still slightly soft, but the cakes will be springing away from the tins on the outside. And you need to let them cool thoroughly because otherwise the icing will just melt. Might have to live dangerously and make this bit faster. Last bit. It's going to have a bit of a scrape down. It's worth being patient here simply because you want the icing to be really smooth. All I need now is some good vanilla extract. No synthetic essence, please. And this chocolate, which has cooled slightly so it won't make the butter greasy. Look at this. River of chocolate. Just mix this and it should be combined and really divine. Perfect. You've been chucked. This is the cake you want to eat, all of it. Very few of us have the time or the constitution to cook and then eat a full-blown breakfast every day. Now, it's true that weekends offer the possibility of something a bit more greedy and leisurely, but anyway, why should we be constrained by the orthodox timetable? I love breakfast food, day or night. Saturdays in this house means an extra hour in bed, courtesy of a little bit of early morning cartoons, and then pancakes and muffins. Now, pancake batter needs to be made a bit in advance if you can, just because it's better if it stands. But I'm just going to preheat the oven for the muffins. Pancakes are incredibly easy, and once you get into the habit, as I have, frankly, you can do it without thinking. Now, start off with 225g of plain flour. These are those thick, spongy American pancakes, not thin English ones. And then everything can be mixed in one bowl, which makes life easier. Some spoons, a couple of teaspoons, heaped teaspoons of baking powder, and they are better like this than made with self-raising flour, in case you're wondering. Teaspoon of sugar. I mean, since I'm going to be eating these with syrup, I mean, I like maple syrup, it's only a bit of sugar. And now just 2 eggs and 300 ml of milk. You may find if you make this, say, the night before, which is easy, you might have to add quite a bit more milk. And anyway, with these American pancakes, these nice thick spongy ones, I always add a couple of tablespoons or so of melted butter, just before frying. If, however, you want, you can just do double batch on Saturday, you've got enough for Sunday. So many options. And this whisk will get rid of any lumps. That's about done. Let's get the butter melted so it can be liquid but cooled a bit by the time the muffins are done. About 2 tablespoons worth. Right, put the batter aside just to rest and get on with anything else you want to do. Right, I'm just going to turn the heat off so the butter can carry on melting at its own heat and get on with the muffins, which are savoury muffins. I'm going to start off with 2 to 5 grams of flour again, this time self-raising. Great. And 50 grams of rye flour. Now obviously that's not used in Welsh Rabbit really, but it does give a sort of smoky flavour, which is lovely. That's 50 grams. And like the pancakes, this is really a kind of wet ingredients into dry job. Now, baking powder and bicarb. I know I've used self-raising flour, but I think muffins need a little bit of extra air and whoosh in them. Now this, very important ingredient, English mustard powder, a teaspoon. Makes a huge difference. You want it to have a bit of bite. And I am a complete English mustard junkie. Right. Extra strong cheddar, Greek yoghurt, both of which give desirable tang. And this is a very good machine for grating cheese, not least because you can weigh your cheese out first and then grate it rather than keep grating and weighing, grating and weighing. Right, so that's the dry ingredients. I'm just going to get my jug out for the wet ones. I want 150 grams of Greek yoghurt. What you want is a bit of sourness. 6 tablespoons of vegetable oil. And 2 of Worcester sauce, 1 egg, and 125 ml of milk. Now just mix these together. And now this is incredibly easy, not least because you hardly mix, you're just stirring together, because the crucial thing about muffins is a lumpy batter produces the lightest muffins. So in other words, you are being ordered to be idle. Right, just get my muffin tin out from the chaos that is my shelving system and line with muffin papers, and then I'll just fill them up, stick them in the oven. I don't think I'm up to that, sorry.
I can.
Bruno, will you take these muffins to the table, darling? Good boy. Here, my love. Here you are. Bruno, sit down, please. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough, Bruno. Is that right? Now, kedgeree, which this mystery package is going to turn into, started life off in India as rice and lentils, and I think it was the English there who got rid of the lentils and added fish. For some reason, it always seemed to be smoked haddock, which I find too invasive a taste. I'm using salmon here. All I've done is poach it for about 15 minutes in a moderately hot oven with some water, 500 ml, salt and some torn up lime leaves. Just use lime zest if that's easier. And I want to use this liquid cook the rice in. Just pour off this poaching liquid so that the flavours permeate into the rice. Now obviously you want the salmon kept warm, but I wouldn't worry about putting it back in the oven, just stick the foil on. And then off to the rice in the next bit. I am now going to start off with a nice wodge of butter, which I realise not maybe an authentically Southeast Asian flavouring, but certainly authentically one of my flavourings. Bit of vegetable oil just to stop it burning. And when that is fizzing and frothing a bit, just stick in this one finely chopped onion. Just cook it, just let it soften a bit. And then the holy trinity of aromatics: ground coriander, cumin, and turmeric, which I suppose is less of an aromatic and more of a gorgeous food dye. And when all these incredibly heady perfumes have permeated the onion, just tip in, this is 225 grams of rice basmati. I know it doesn't look like much, but it really does swell up. Now, we used to eat this for Sunday breakfast, but actually more, just as often, in the evening, kind of a nice lovely Sunday supper, because it's so comforting. I mean, this version is slightly more sprightly. And then, simply the liquid. Now, this is the easiest way of cooking rice, really, whatever you're doing, which is to say the absorption method. That's very simple. You just use twice the volume of liquid to rice. So, for example, I've had the 225 grams of rice and 500 mils of liquid. Heat as low as you can, and if you've got a really fierce hob, use a heat diffuser. Clamp on a lid, and that should do it about 15 minutes, by which time all the liquid should be absorbed into the rice. Right, you see, the rice has absorbed all the liquid. It is so wonderfully yellow. Let me just have a quick taste. Perfect. Not terribly salty. I'm adding fish sauce later, so I don't want to, be too vicious with salt now. Now just get a fork and flake the salmon, by which I mean just going to slice it into chunks with the fork, and it will begin to flake itself, quite big at this stage. Because now all I'm going to do is upend the whole of this rice pan. Now let me just have a little... Oh, and the coral of the salmon against the almost psychedelic yellow. This rice is so wonderful. Now, I have about my person 3 hard-boiled eggs with really glorious yolk. Just quartered lengthways, but it doesn't really matter. As you can see, the yolk kind of falls out of its socket. Something about things which are sort of garnished or decorated with hard-boiled eggs, it kind of reminds me of my childhood. The fish sauce seasoning, not too much, get too salty, just a bit. Lime juice. In some moods I can be moved to use the zest as well, but I think I'm going to be juice only now. And a really fat bunch of pungent coriander. Sort of wonderfully heady, this smell. So most of it on now. I'll just leave a bit again later for on the top. Right. A bit more of this leisurely work. I mean, look. Lovely. I might give myself a modest portion. A French historian once said that the only safe way to eat in England was by having breakfast 3 times a day. Well, I don't take that cruel view, but I'm ready to give it a go. This is one of my most regular solitary breakfasts, masala omelette. That's without the R, masala, not marsala. That means spice. It's from Kerala, and it doesn't quite have the same resonance in sunny Shepherd's Bush, but it's still good. Now, you can really use what you want in this. I always have a chilli, sometimes 2, but I'm going to just leave the seeds in so it'll keep it nice and hot. And spring onion as finely sliced as you can muster. Right. And on the heat, bit of oil, not too much, it's a non-stick pan. Stick in the chilli and spring onion, just make it as hot or as modestly heated as you want. Some garlic. I have to say, if I'm kind of in a rush in the middle of the week, I tend to make this very simple and just, you know, I don't know what, bit of chopped chilli and then some chopped fresh coriander. Right, let's heat this through a bit, soften. Flavours come up and hit you like anything. Gonna put a bit of ground coriander, bit of cumin, and just a small bit of turmeric for a bit of good mood gold. So while that's bubbling away, the eggs. Right. Pour over. And just turn it like this so it just sets at the bottom and continues to set. The great chefs always used to teach their apprentices to make omelettes by making them cook on a far flame but keep this flame on so that you had to be quick because otherwise you would burn your arm a lot, and that's what taught them that great skill. I don't think it would be safe with me. Okay, I reckon this is enough now. It's set enough at the bottom. I'm just going to show the omelette to the grill just so the top sets as well. In and now, I want some flat bread with this. This is like wonderful, look, it's this kind of bread tablecloth. Just tear some off. Yeah, I'm attempting rather clumsily to turn this into an omelette shape. And this, look, in this, it's already lovely and puffy and gold and ready. And perhaps not authentic in Kerala, bit of brown sauce, and just roll up. And eat. Very, very good.
These jabras, but you can have 3 Montana now. Anybody else want 3 Montana like that? Bring her up, Conica. Come on, Montana,
A late breakfast, you know, the sort that oozes into lunch and then into late afternoon, and if you're lucky, a bit beyond, needs liquid accompaniment. For me, that just has to be Bloody Mary. Not original, but since it's the best drink, that shouldn't bother you. Now, a friend of mine who was a barman in Hong Kong taught me the trick of adding dry sherry to Bloody Mary, and it makes a really big difference. Rather generous amount. And I like my Bloody Marys hot, so I just steep vodka with some dried chili peppers. But if you're just using ordinary vodka, use Tabasco, which you don't need me to tell you. Now, tomato juice. Been in the fridge, but it isn't really chilled. I cannot stand it cold, and I cannot have Bloody Mary with cubes of ice in. I'd rather have it, you know, room temperature, frankly. Worcester sauce and celery salt. I mean, I've always used celery salt, and I like it salty. And crucial this, a lemon, because I like Bloody Mary sharp as well as hot. And now, even though Bloody Mary is the perfect drink, I could see that, it doesn't actually stay as a perfect emulsion, so you need a stirring utensil. Perfect, I am now set up for a day's casual labour in the kitchen. Okay, a spot of baking, so appropriate garb. I'm making Kuchen, which in German just means cake, but this comes from America and means a kind of sweet yeasted bread. It's halfway between cake and bread with fruit on top, baked in a big slab, so it's rather like, I suppose, Danish pastry, only easier and better. Now I have in this mixer about 400 grams of strong white bread flour, 50 grams of caster sugar and half a packet of easy blend yeast. And in here I have 125 mils of warm milk, 2 eggs, zest of about half a lemon, a bit of good vanilla extract and some ground cinnamon. There's no need to do this in a machine. I mean, I've got this dough hook in the mixer, so it makes life easier for me to start it off. But in fact, I often do it by hand, and I certainly always finish it off by hand. Well, so the liquid has been kind of absorbed, and now just final enrichment. 50 grams of really soft unsalted butter, which gives it a lovely silky texture. That looks about ready now. Oh, lovely. It's quite sticky still, but then it will take up the flour as I need. So that's the idea. Kneading. It's much easier for you to understand what I mean if you just watch rather than if I just prattle on. Which is simply you push out the dough with the heel of your hand and pull it back with your fingers. And if you keep doing that, the yeast will start activating. And what happens is you gradually feel the dough becoming more elastic. And then at the end, it suddenly seems to spring into life under your hand. It's a rather fabulous feeling. That's all coming together again. I can just feel it sort of blossoming under my hands. And really, that's the best way of doing it. Once you just knead some dough once, you kind of get a feel for it. It's in the hands, not in the head. Put it into a buttered bowl. Just turn it once so the butter stops it from sticking all over. Cover it with cling film. After about an hour, this should have doubled in size. That's probably just the easiest way to tell. So just go and put that somewhere warm.
I'll go in my old bed. Not go your side. Do not go away.
Look how wonderful. You can see it's risen, really doubled in size. And now, one of the best jobs in the world, punching it down. Such a glorious feeling. Wonderful. Now, a bit of pummeling, like sinking your hands into soft flesh. And that just needs to sit, to relax for a bit just before I push it out to cover the Swiss roll tin. So that's fine. And I will get on with my egg wash, which is just 1 egg, some double cream, which isn't just a splodge or so. I mean, it sounds extravagant, but it's not too bad because you will need the rest of this to eat with. A small bit of ground cinnamon, and whisk together, and I have to say the smell of cinnamon wafting out of the oven is just lovely. Right. So this is really easy because although it's dough, there's no rolling out or anything, you just press it out. You just lean forward, your hands clenched, just pushing with your knuckles. And you may think you're not going to get this amount of dough to fill the entire Swiss roll tin, but you will. It's just sometimes you have to wait for a bit to let it relax again and push out, or it'll spring back. See, look, beautifully filled, nice and lumpy. But that doesn't matter. I mean, this is a rough thing. Paint on the egg wash, also very satisfying. This not only tastes good, but it also stops the fruit from oozing all its liquid into the dough, because you want it to not to be soggy. I mean, I like a bit of sog, but not too much. So I'm just going to leave that just to get a bit puffier and rise slightly while I get on with making the crumble. Very straightforward. And what I've got in here is 50 grams of self-raising flour, 25 grams of ground almonds, and some cinnamon. Now, it's normal to use plain flour, but I think self-raising flour makes it much better, much lighter. And what I need as well is 50 grams of really cold, good, unsalted butter, just diced like this. And then all you do is rub the butter into these dry ingredients. And by rubbing, I just mean you're kind of pressing the fleshy parts of your thumbs against the fleshy parts of your fingers and just like fluttering. And it is a nice feel, the cool, smooth butter against the cool, smooth flour. And sooner or later it'll look like rather fatty oatmeal. That's about it. So sugar, 2 tablespoonfuls of caster sugar, 2 of demerara for the crunch, and 2 tablespoons, thereabouts, of flaked almonds. And just fork this through, don't use a spoon, little clump. And I know this seems like quite a lot of sugar, but you've got to remember that those apples and blackberries are quite tart, so it needs it. And now, I'm just gonna add some zest to the blackberries and brownies, scatter those on top of the dough, crumble on top, a few more almonds in the oven, that's it. In my heart there is a place, and a very fond one, for a bit of kitsch in the kitchen. I'm not interested in pleasing food snobs or in eating just one sort of food. I'm after indulgence, and sometimes only calorie-infused trash will do. You want trashy? Boy, can I give you trashy. I mean, where would you go to? But the king. I mean, no one did it better than him. And this is his masterpiece. Elvis Presley's fried peanut butter and banana sandwich, which is a complete joy and offers some explanation as to why he got to the size he did. Put the toast in, nice fat wedges of white plastic bread, please. So, the deal is this. Mash a banana. Good slathering of smooth peanut butter. Don't get the one that says extra smooth, because then it'll just get too running and drip out. Banana on top. And just put the sandwich straight into the foamy butter. 2 minutes aside. Just want it nice and golden. First time I came across this was in entirely the appropriate place, which is in Graceland when I ate it in the cafe adjoining the great Elvis Palace. And then I bought a book on the way out called Are You Hungry Tonight? Elvis's favourite recipes, of course. So I've been able to recreate this at home. Now, I think this really demands to be cut on the diagonal. Now, in the book, this is placed on a doily and speared with some very good cocktail sticks, and I'm not going that far, so frankly, all I recommend is you just take the weight off your slingbacks, relax and eat it. Right, now this handsome piece of gammon has been cooking for 2 hours in a large bottle of cola, just with an onion thrown in for added flavour. This is the best way of cooking ham. Although when I came across this recipe, it's sort of a culinary quirk from the deep South of America, I sort of thought it had novelty value and I wanted to try it. Once I cooked it, I did see that it was the best way of cooking and eating ham you can imagine. I mean, it does make sense, because if you think about it, there is something about that spiky, sweet, spicy drink that does infuse the ham with what feels like spirit of barbecue. Children like it too, because, you know, for them the idea of eating anything cooked in cola is great. As for the liquid, the trad recipe is ham and Coca-Cola, but use any cola you want. Not diet though, absolutely not diet, it's full fat or nothing. And do not throw away this cooking liquid because it is so wonderful. The saltiness of the ham has gone into the sweetness of the Coca-Cola and it makes a great basis for a thick bean soup. What I want to do is take off the rind and put it in a very hot oven, just preheated, to make it crackle up and just sticky with sweet glaze. Once you've cooked ham and cola, I promise you, you won't cook it another way. You won't. Score the skin with a knife, just crisscross it. And then, this is a rather retro moment, that's what my mother always did, stud these little diamonds with cloves. You know, this is really just an intensification of that aromatic, spicy quality. I mean, you can see here the cola's kind of just infused all that surface with a sort of brown barbecue glow. The taste is wonderful. Right, so, maybe one more. Lovely. And now the glaze. First, black treacle, which has the kind of bitter sweetness of burnt toffee. I don't know, and it sort of brings an almost sort of licorice intensity. I've lined the baking tin with foil for no other reason than that all this sweet stuff burns incredibly easily and it just makes cleaning it much easier later. Bit of degunging needed. And now, because I want heat as well as sweetness, some English mustard. Very important here, look at that. Oh. And then for crunch, and again, toffee-like sweetness. You know, if it's trashy, don't worry about the sugar content, okay? Some Demerara sugar. You can see now why the foil is absolutely imperative. And now 10 minutes in a hot, hot oven for glazing and burnishing and to bring utter gorgeousness. If you're not going to eat this ham just carved thickly and wedged between slices of white bread, you've got to have it with this sweet corn pudding. And by pudding, I mean really like a sweet corn souffle, only without aerating the egg whites. It's incredibly easy to make. 5 eggs, little light whisking. Okay, so there's the eggs, and then, this is a very gratifying part, can of cream-style sweet corn. Very satisfying cooking with cans. For me, particularly wonderful, since when I was 12, cream-style sweet corn was my idea of gastronomic heaven. Lost none of its charm. Put it there. Large can of just ordinary non-cream style sweet corn, strained. Hang on, just give it a bit of a stir. Bit of flour, I mean it's about 4 ordinary spoonfuls. Not much, enough to bind it all, but not make it taste floury. Baking powder. Salt. Don't need too much because canned stuff tends to be fairly salty. Cream. And then same quantity of milk. I've got some stashed under here somewhere. Just a final stir. So I've buttered this and it just goes into a moderate oven for about, I don't know, 45 minutes an hour. It's difficult to say because ovens vary such a lot. I mean, that's all there is to it. Ready for ham and eggs, southern style. The trashy cook should not be stove side for too long, I feel, without a drink in hand. And preferably with this one, watermelon daiquiri. If you keep the watermelon in the deep freeze, it saves you having to bother with ice. As much white rum as you want. Juice of a lime. And a spoonful of icing sugar. Let's be honest, there are a few things in life that can't be improved by a little deep frying. Chicken, I think, is the ultimate deep fried food. Absolutely incredible. And this chicken, southern style, is just real last meal on earth fantasy time. The only thing is, for it to reach perfection, which is very important, especially with trashy food, it really has to be balanced. In other words, you need to have a tender within and crisp skin on the outside. So what I do is I poach the chicken pieces in milk first, and this makes them so succulent. Anyways, that's full fat milk and salt. Sorry if I'm disgusting, I'm just going to dry it with a bit of kitchen towel. All these chicken portions here have bones. It's thigh and drumstick. It doesn't absolutely matter, but I just think it tastes best by the bone. Another reason why this fried chicken is so crunchy on the outside is that I kind of double dunk it in flour. So, in other words, I dip in flour, in the eggs, and then flour again. Right, and now I find it easier to flour things in plastic bags rather than plates. Not an elegant approach, but it works. Cayenne pepper, just for colour and also a bit of heat, a bit of spice. It's kind of like a mild form of conveyor belt cookery. So in the flour, in the egg, and in the flour again. I don't think there's any bad way of eating fried chicken or indeed any fried food, but I have to say that I love this cold, and although cold fried food might sound disgusting to some people, I think cold
fried chicken is just the most fabulous picnic food. So the chicken needs to stand there a bit. If it stands there and dries out, it will make the skin yet crisper. And I can get on with melting the fat. Nice bit of vegetable fat. This again helps make the skin really golden and crisp, better than oil, and so much more beautiful. I mean, look at this. Who needs art? Now, I know this looks like there's a lot of fat, and indeed there is a lot of fat, but you've got to remember, and this is not just an excuse, that when food is deep fried, it absorbs much less fat than when it's shallow fried. So in fact, this is just healthy eating. Fried chicken like this absolutely calls out for a basket for serving purposes. I mean, just look. I mean, if you can resist this, you do not deserve to eat. I've already told you about my Elvis Presley book, you know, Are You Hungry Tonight? But I have a couple of other choice kitsch titles. Can You Take the Heat? And this is the cookbook of the World Wrestling Federation. Two of my favourite recipes, tasty Trish kebabs. Want to try them? And this, The Rock's favourite chocolate chip cookies. That's The Rock. And my favourite bit of this is this line, makes 4 to 5 dozen cookies. But this, an old favourite, Liberace cooks. I thought this was him cooking in his kitchen until I read inside and saw that he was in fact cooking on his dining loggia. He has 7 dining rooms, you understand. This is him in his TV watching dining room. And this is Liberace with the author, part of the shirt. But actually, you know, for all that campery, you know, this is a really, really good recipe book. I mean, sadly, it's out of print, so I think it's about time for a reissue. This chocolate lime cheesecake is the epitome of my kind of trashy food, by which I mean that although many of the ingredients come out of packets and essential, the finished result is really seriously good, no joke. And it's also very, very important that inspiration for this comes from a kind of industrially produced, not naturally occurring foodstuff. This sweet chocolate limes, which I adored as a child. I think it's probably fairly important here that the cheesecake itself is a kind of déclassé, or at least certainly devalued. But this is wonderful. The base, Maryland cookies, completely chocolatey ones. I want a rich, dark chocolate base to counter the rather sharp, tender custard topping. "75 grams of butter." So blitz again. I'm going to leave the base mixture here when I lime the tin because I want to bake this cheesecake in a water bath, and that's what will make it so light. And please don't get sort of put off by that. All I mean is you put the tin in this, water in it, and it's very, very simple. You have to lime with foil to protect it. So this not only stops water getting in, but it makes you feel very, very competent as well. It makes up for a lifetime of not watching Blue Peter. Just tip the chocolatey, buttery crumbs and press in. And then just should sit in the fridge to sort of chill while you get on with the cheesecake topping. So, anyway, so the base will just firm up in the fridge a bit, and the topping is incredibly easy. Can't be bothered to wash up, so I'm just going to put another bowl on. The processor is a fabulous machine for making cheesecake, because although you want everything really blended till it's smooth, what you don't want is to incorporate air. If you get air beaten into cheesecake, what happens is it rises while baking, and then as it falls afterwards, it cracks. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but You need 750 grams of cream cheese, and they come in 200 gram packets, so it's more or less 4. 200 grams of caster sugar. 4 eggs and 2 egg yolks. There are a lot of eggs, but that's because I want this really sour, and that means a lot of lime juice, which means a lot of liquid, so you need more eggs to help it set. So trust me. Limes can be very resistant to giving up their juice, so if you find that's the case, the best way of dealing with it is just put the limes in the microwave on about medium for 30 seconds. It may help. There really is quite a bit of juice here, and this is what makes this so wonderfully creamy bitterserbic. Lovely, got a real hit to it. So I'm just going to get the base out of the fridge, put this topping on the base, in the tin, in the oven. I mean, not hard. Now, do not panic. The cheesecake mix really is meant to be this liquid. Perfect. It's this kind of liquid quality which makes it so kind of voluptuously tender-bellied when baked. Just pour in water from a recently boiled kettle about halfway up. I wouldn't overdo it because you don't want to splash water inside the actual tin holding the cheesecake. Now just take it over to the oven very delicately because I don't want to spill anything. That's very good. Thank you. Very good.
Well, I'm not quite sure. Am I wearing enough makeup?
No, I'll get rid of it. What do you think? Gina.
Oh, I guess.
We've all heard of deep-fried Mars bars, but I've discovered something so much better.
So I am going to introduce you to something quite spectacular. The little deep-fried bounty.
Well, I love the notion, though, that a kind of bounty bar needs batter.
Of course it does. Everything needs batter.
Yeah.
It's good, isn't it?
But that's just a regular batter.
Well,
No adornments.
well, it's got fizzy water just because I think that makes it lighter in self-raising flour, but I feel it's a battle against heaviness. Can I tempt anyone to one of these?
I don't really like bounties.
I know, but I feel
So
this
let
will
me,
make a difference. And I've had
I think it might make a difference. Actually, I think I need a bit of pineapple to go with it.
yeah, that's absolutely, that's what
It's essential. No, it's really good.
it is, isn't it?
Really good.
Very, very delicate art, deep frying. But the best bit is you get to rattle the chip basket.
I rather like that idea, don't you? I think we've got a whole new thing here going. A whole new way, and a whole new approach to food.
Oh my God.
It is good, isn't it?
What's it like?
Well, kind of like Christmas and Easter and your birthday already rolled into one.
Cardi, darling. Temple food is my name for what I eat when I need to feel my body is a temple, which, believe me, in the general run of things, it certainly isn't. And I don't mean diets or miracle cures. I mean that soothing, pure, restorative food that you optimistically make for yourself after one late night or binge too many. Don't ask. Now, this is not quite a temple food moment, but it's a very necessary preliminary purge. Prairie oyster, which is a drink made out of brandy, Liam Perrins, malt vinegar, Tabasco, and just when you thought it couldn't get any better, raw egg. It's meant to be the killer hangover cure of all time. I'll let you know. I'm not expecting this to be pleasurable, but I'm expecting it to make me feel better. The idea behind this is the egg yolk gives you a shot of protein, and the rest is just very necessary hair of the dog. Now the egg, yolk only, and it has to be swallowed whole. Now, based on the Nietzschean principle that what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Ugh, I'm going back to bed. Breakfast. I want something light, refreshing, above all easy, and whatever time of day, the combination of blueberries and peaches goes incredibly well. When I'm not in a temple food moment, I make a peach and blueberry crumble, and when I am in more virtuous form, this makes a really fabulous breakfast. Either just like this, just slicing the peaches into the blueberries, or with yoghurt. There's just something about the colours together, the yellowy orange and that almost black blue. And I think for sort of the whole temple food mood, the appearance of food can make such a difference. And I'm just talking about the colour, the natural beauty. I am never talking about all that ghastly effort. Now what I think makes all the difference is a bit of orange flower water. Really enhances the flavour of the fruit. Brings out the peachiness of the peaches and the blueberryness of the blueberries. Just tumble it together. And this is stage one, you know, perfect, simple, fresh breakfast. But sometimes you want something hot, and also because English peaches, to be frank, often are a bit unyielding and they need heat to make them luscious. Cooking makes all the difference, so just dollop some yoghurt on top. This is fat-free Greek yoghurt, but, you know, if you want to use full fat, be my guest. It's not often you'll see or hear me going fat-free. And then on top of that, the scant sprinkling of demerara sugar. Now, sugar's not that temple food, I know, but you can use honey if you want. But to be honest, sugar, honey, in terms of fatteningness, exactly the same, and that's what we care about. The health issue is just a smokescreen, I feel. And what will happen once this goes in a hot oven is it will caramelise slightly on top, so it's like creme brulee for the dietetically virtuous. And that's it. Even in my temple food days, I do not go in for fade picking or mimsy portions. In fact, the rougher I feel, the more I need to eat. And this salmon with shiitake mushrooms and Chinese greens is very substantial. Just put the salmon on the griddle, a dry one. If you oil it, it'll just smoke like hell. And anyway, you need it hot because it's when pans are not hot enough, not when they're too hot, within reason, that things stick. Right. Now, these shiitake mushrooms have very fibrous stalks, so you don't even want to trim them, just get rid of them. But it's the denseness of these mushrooms in a way that makes it go so well with the salmon, because salmon itself is very dense and meaty, and you need something that can stand up to it. Just slice them, not too delicately. You can see in these mushrooms, you know, there's so beautiful, this contrast here between this sort of golden woodiness and this intense whiteness, very bouncy whiteness. Now these are cooked with the stalks of the greens in some groundnut oil with a bit of garlic. Now I always start garlic off, especially when it's minced, in cold oil, because if it's hot it'll just sizzle straight away and burn and therefore taste acrid, and what you need is that really mellow roundedness. Now the heat can go on. Now the useful thing about these greens, these are choy sam, is that you're kind of getting two vegetables out of one, because you cook the stalks first, obviously they take longer than the leaves, along with the mushrooms, and then wilt the leaves on top afterwards, so very satisfying way of cooking. Okay, in with the mushrooms. And then these wonderful jade stems. Lid on. I've talked about the contrasts before, and actually you really need nothing else with this. I often like, however, to make a little sauce. Well, I say sauce, but you're not cooking anything. This is just English mustard made up with powder and water as you would normally, with a bit of soy sauce and then a bit of this ginger grated into it. And that really gives it zing. So these stalks of mushrooms just need a minute or so, and what's very pleasing is by the time these stalks are what the Americans call tender crisp, the salmon will be cooked perfectly, crispy on the outside, with that coral trail within, which shows that it's slightly undercooked just within the centre. So we're ready to roll on this one. Just tear the leaves in. Some soy sauce. Salmon is very oily and quite bland, and I like a lot of saltiness with it. And a few drops of toasted sesame oil. This has to be added last thing, otherwise you lose all that wonderful aromatic nuttiness. Just a few drops makes a huge difference. Quick stir to wilt the leaves. So this is perfect. Actually, it occurs to me now that one of the reasons why this is so pleasing is that, you know, we're sticking to a natural palette, which is very calming, all that wonderful woody brownness and greenness. Then we can puncture that a bit with this great coral slab of salmon. Just look at that. I just love this sort of wonderful coral but tiger striped fish against the green, lovely glossy green of the choy sam. You can't eat this and not feel good. Part of my temple food moments for me really are in getting myself in the mood and reading, best way to do it. This book, Hot, Sour, Salty, Sweet, which is, as it says, a culinary journey through Southeast Asia, is ideal. I mean, the recipes are wonderful, and Southeast Asian food is food that's naturally high in flavour and low in calorie, and just what we're looking for. Oh, and this book, Vach's Southeast Asian Cookbook, is wonderful, and I use it an awful lot to get myself in temple mood. There's a salad here, a Cambodian hot and sour beef salad, which is incredibly good, and it works so well with duck. Bit of rejiggling, it's perfect. Now, I know a slab of red meat is not everyone's idea of diet food, but I no longer subscribe to this kind of fanatical low-fat ethos, and I have to say, for that reason, I have left the fat on this piece of duck, because I adore duck fat, and I'm sure it's all very, very good for you. Now, the meat's on the board so that it will just sit for a while until the juices run through them back into the centre again, keeping it nice and moist. Now, this is really very simple and utterly delicious, which is start off with 2 tablespoonfuls of fish sauce, which I know sounds a bit odd, you know, the idea of fish sauce with duck, but it really is just salty, and that's what I want here, and it goes very well because duck actually is very sweet. Now some fresh ginger. I don't bother to peel it when I grate it like this, and I suppose it goes with duck because I like Chinese cooking. Anyway, I love it. And here, southeast evocation of duck à l'orange here, some orange juice. Now, when I first made this, I used Seville orange. It was wonderfully bitter. And in fact, when duck à l'orange was first invented, it was with Seville oranges. I mean, sweet oranges just make it taste like jam. But now, since there aren't any Seville oranges about, I'm using some orange juice and lime just to give it that acerbic intensity, which is very good. Lovely. I mean, these are huge oranges here, so I haven't used that much. And then last, this orange chilli, which looks like it should be sort of lit up and hanging from a wine bar window. Okay. Now, there is no call for you to add any oil. You actually don't need it, but I like a teeny bit of this toasted sesame oil just because I like that sort of burnt nuttiness. Just a bit. I don't want greasiness. Now this is a bit I really love. Some 80s fan-like carving of the duck breast. And actually, because duck is such a sort of dense and rich meat, it does really suit being sliced this thinly. And then this is the glorious bit. Just put all the thinly sliced bits of duck into this kind of marinade come dressing, and then pour over all the juices, in other words the blood, what we used to call red gravy at home, on top, and mix it all in. If you weren't watching, I'd be licking out this board now. Now just turn this like here in the dressing, and it sort of goes into the meat as well, so it's becomes its sort of marinade all that for a second, and then just strew the duck pieces and all that wonderful chili studded dressing goes on top. Fine little bit of vitamin C here by way of orange zest, just a teeny bit and very finely done so you don't just get chewy bits. Perfect, and this is just what a girl needs the evening after the night before.
How did you do that?
Do what?
Duck.
Olivia, we're mashing some avocados for our skin. Vitamin E.
I'd rather eat it, actually. Actually, it feels lovely.
It does look rather good on you.
Does it?
It sounds a bit mad.
Good fancy
Ah, no, it's very good.
It's rather cooling, isn't it?
Ah,
Careful, that
wonderful.
bit's going to fall. I think I've looked better, but
Ah, I feel healthier already. I'm not a Puritan. I want to eat and drink what I like when I like. But there are times when purity can be a positive pleasure. A lot of people like food that's kind of unchallengingly bland when they need restoring, but I am completely different. I need fire and I need spice. And this is a hot and sour soup, tom yum soup. Now the base is a chicken stock. I like chicken stock as a base better than fish stock, but obviously you can suit yourself. And next comes some tom yum paste, which you can get at the supermarket. You can get all this stuff at the supermarket now. It's quite hot, so go steadily. Just whisk it in. All this is a mixture of chilli and citrus to give hot and sour. Fish sauce, and that's really the sour note in this hot and sour soup. It gets saltiness and adds a sour quality. And then to counter that, a bit of sugar, not a lot, about a teaspoon, but I'm not going to bother to measure it out. Now some lime leaves, which is an essential part of the sourness, a really deep toned sourness. It's also wonderful the way this clear broth really gets punctuated by all the spices and strips of green. And lime juice, which is in a way the same sourness but in a lighter tone, really wonderfully astringent. Lovely. Lemongrass, more sourness but slightly more delicate and fragrant. Short lengths and then in strips. Again, I like this thing of this clear, heady soup being punctured by the shards of flavourings. Now, I'm going to use a couple of chilies. You could do more. These are very hot, though, and obviously this is entirely a matter of taste. I'd rather use fewer and not really bother to seed them. Use red or green. I like red simply because there are so many other green things in here. And now mushrooms. And although it is a question of just throwing everything together in one pan, it isn't just a kind of as rough and ready as it sounds, because there is a very kind of delicate balance of flavours, although this is an intensely aromatic soup. Now prawns, which will turn a deeper coral any minute as they start to cook. You want them just cooked so they're still tender and sweet. Spring onions, again in the same idea of short lengths and then cut into strips. And now by the time this has really come back to a bubble, everything should be cooked. And I think what's so wonderful about this, you have this sort of depth and resonance of the broth, but really everything in it is barely cooked, so it's very fresh and tastes live. And then we're ready to decant. All we need now is some coriander. I'm not going to chop it or anything, I'm just going to pull leaves off almost whole. Beautiful, look how it comes to life now. It is so wonderful. It's light, but it's got such a hit. You can taste the limes and the chilies and the perfect balance of things within it, you know, with the prawns and the mushrooms and the spring onions, and very restoring, very light. Perfect. When I'm in temple mode, I have to make a kind of ceremony out of cooking and eating, and I also need to bulk up my meals with veg. I mean, often making it a separate course so the meal goes on for as long as possible. Now, whatever your dietary concerns, the best way to cook and eat cauliflower is just break this into florets, dust it with ground cumin, and dry bake it in a hot oven. I mean, it's incredibly good. Courgettes, what I like to do is just slice them lengthways, griddle them, and when they're tiger striped and tender, just douse them with lemon juice and carpet them with fresh mint. This really makes up for a lot of flavour which you don't have because there's no fat, and mint anyway is a crucial part of my Vietnamese chicken and mint salad. Now this salad is rather like coleslaw if you think grated cabbage and carrots. But instead of all that claggy mayonnaise, which is so not in our temple food mood, what there is instead is a really sharp, light dressing. Much healthier, despite which I am starting off with 1.5 tablespoons of vegetable oil. The same of fish sauce. I mean, you could use soy sauce. What I'm after here is a really pungent saltiness. And another 1.5 tablespoons of rice vinegar. Now, a tablespoon in cooking is a precise measurement. It's 15 mils, and it's probably easier to think of it as 3 teaspoons. What I don't mean, and this is where I think difficulties occur, is a big serving spoon size. I'll just mix that together with my chopsticks. Lovely. Now a bit of garlic. Not too much. You want strength, but you don't want to be reeling. Raw garlic is strong. And a small bit of sugar. This gives a bit of balance, but if the idea of eating sugar appalls you when you're in this virtuous mode, then just don't add it. I mean, the carrots are sweet anyway, I suppose. Okay, a chilli. These Thai chilies are very hot, I mean, which is good here because, not least because I think that the stronger tasting of food is, the less you're likely to eat of it, or that's a theory. And half an onion, just cut into fine half moons. If you've got time, leave this dressing all sort of macerate for half an hour or so, but if you haven't got time, do not lose sleep over it. Just drop these little pearly strings in, and then finally juice of half a lime. I mean, you may find you want to put the other half juice in, but I find half a lime does it brilliantly. Such a fresh tasting dressing because the lime and all those other sort of spiky flavours. A little stirring, and that's it. So, the mint. Now, the thing about the mint here is there's a lot of it, but it's almost like a salad leaf, not just a herb. And I do think that mint is so underrated here. We're all very coriander happy now, but fresh mint is wonderful. It gives you that pungency, but it's purer. Wakes you up as well. Okay, and then the chicken. Now, if you don't have a piece of cold chicken hanging about, then I suggest you just go out at lunchtime, if you can, and buy a piece of cooked chicken breast, because there's no point really just cooking chicken to let it get cold to use for this. I'm just slicing this thinly in strips, mainly because the cabbage and carrot are shredded, so I want it to be more or less the same dimensions, but just roughly. Final phase. Bit of cabbage. Now I've already grated the carrot, so it's just... more mint on top, and then plunge in. Now I think just a good crunch. Pleasure and virtue combined, and how rare is that? I can't honestly say that pudding is really a feature of the temple mode way of eating, but the thing is, you do need something to stave off that moment of despondency when you realise that eating is done for the day. And this is just papaya with raspberries and lime, so it's kind of zen. You know, nothing suety. And just treat the pawpaw papaya, same thing, like avocado. Just scrape out these beautiful black seeds, and then tumble the raspberries into the cavity. Sounds dinky, I know, but when food is so sort of ceremonious, it does make you feel like you're eating more. Let me just switch to this so I can put more raspberries on the edge. And then just squeeze some lime juice over. This brings out the taste of the pawpaw, I mean, incredibly. I don't really eat this as a sort of part of a meal necessarily, but at night time it is a serenely greedy way of unwinding. The way I cook is very influenced by the way my mother cooked before me. Indeed, most of what I feel about food comes from my family. But I think this makes sense for all of us because food can never be just fuel. It really is our most personal history. And there are certain dishes, which I remember from my childhood, which I want my children in turn to remember eating and be able to cook. Look, can we just show you how to cut out the thing?
I know how. Okay, so don't collect. Can I put this on top? Okay.
Okay, maybe just open it right down. Thank you. That's it. Ooh, lovely, look. What you can do now, my darling, is carry this away. Look, this isn't a recipe really. I mean, it's just something I remember my mother
making for us at home. I mean, nothing that's been, written down or passed down from generations, but we ate it, she cooked it. And, that's what I love about it. It's not, precise charts and nuclear physics. No, but what this is something absolutely perfect. It's just soft-boiled eggs with, instead of toast soldiers, asparagus spears, which once you lop off this, and I don't think this is a moment when tapping would be appropriate, you just salt a bit and dip in the asparagus spears. Been cooked for about 6 minutes, egg for about 4, and it's delicious. And although, of course, soft-boiled eggs are slightly nursery-ish, in a way you can use this in quite a grown-up way if you want, like a starter for a dinner party. I think it makes asparagus go further. I think it's a rather wonderful way of eating it. And what you can do is get wonderful sort of cat's tongue pink plates of Parma ham. You can just wrap the spears like, napkins, edible napkins. So good. This is one of my paternal grandmother's cookery notebooks, which I love. It's full of things that she's just cut out of newspapers or her friends have sent her. And the actual hardback book costs 9p, I see, when she got it. Some of the recipes I have no desire to do. I mean, I don't really want to do aspic cream. And some I do want. I mean, like this lunch dish, which I like cooking. A nice thing here, chauffoir of chicken, which she's written by hand afterwards. Excellent. And this is one of my maternal grandmother's cookery books. This is a bit more modern, I'd say sort of 70s. And I do remember helping her take notes and doing all that. Again, very much things like lemon mousse, kipper pate, which people don't do that much now. Her gingerbread and butter pudding I still do cook. I mean, I love these because they're a bit like, photograph albums. I mean, there's social history, family history. I like that. This is mine, and I'm afraid I'm not such a good note taker as either of my grandmothers. So, for example, in this notebook, I've written down all the ingredients and what I'm doing, but I haven't put the title. So here I'm trying to work out what on earth was I cooking. But anyway, so, my children will get this. They might not thank me for it, but that's like continuing the family cooking. Sausages and lentils are something my mother often cooked for us at tea when we were children, and now I cook for my children. Actually, the way I do sausages and lentils is slightly different than the way my mother did, in the sense that I use these Italian sausages and puy lentils, or sometimes the ones from Italy, from Umbria. Lovely ones, wonderful sort of like blue-green slate colour. Let me just get some oil into this pan. So what I need to do first, just bruise a bit of garlic and get the skin off. Now, garlic is cooked at just the right amount when you begin to feel or smell the sort of aroma waft up. So now, sausages in. Look at these. All fat-pearled and plump. These ones are called Genovese. In other words, they come from Genoa. And what this means is they have basil and garlic, and they are heady with both. Got onion on for the lentils. And some salt, which will stop it from browning, because these have to stay soft and somehow meld with the lentils. Very old wooden spoon. I think actually it was my sister Thomasina's. I actually have some here, I think that were, this was my mother's. I dare say if I dug around for long enough I could find one of my grandmother's. And I'm going to do a bit of turning over. Ah, lovely. So they're browned on all sides, and what I want is to have a kind of lovely, rich, sticky gravy to eat with this, which is very, very easy to arrange. Just a question of pouring in some wine. Rather wonderful alcoholic facial I'm getting here. And then diluting it a bit with some water. You could use sherry and water too, I wouldn't worry about it. So lid on, heat down. Lentils. And you see how beautiful those pebbly lentils, sort of oil slicked bits of translucent onion all through. Right, so now just give the lentils the same treatment as the sausages. In other words, cover with water generously. The lentils will absorb the water as they cook. Heat down, lid on, and they should both cook in around 20 minutes. And that gives me time to do a little light clearing up and give myself a glass of wine. Okay, we should be about ready for lift off. So all the water's been absorbed, which is perfect. Lovely. And they're cooked, so it's really just a matter of putting the sausages on top of the lentils. I like keeping the string on, I think it looks so beautiful. Anyway, why give yourself extra work? And then squish down that bruised garlic that went into the sort of winey juices. And just turn up the heat to reduce it a bit because I want them to be really sort of rich and sticky. Actually, I'll do some parsley while I wait. Perfect. That looks about it. So just pour, look, those lovely juices over. Fling over the parsley. And that's it. I mean, it's not fancy cooking, certainly, but just proper home food. Just as I really value the cookbooks that I've got from my grandmothers, so I really love other people's family compilations. There are a couple here which I particularly love. Stephanie Alexander's Recipes My Mother Gave Me, and Mimi Sheraton's From My Mother's Kitchen. I mean, the point about these sorts of books is they tell stories, not just give recipes. The recipes they do give are, for me, the most important ones. That's to say, home cooking, the antithesis of restaurant food. I mean, here's a recipe for French toast, and I love this because just because food isn't fashionable anymore doesn't mean we don't want to eat it. And we all want to remember our family favourites. I had completely forgotten about Liptau until quite recently. I don't know why I remembered it, but I did, and then I had to try and evoke it from taste memory and help of a few books. Now, what it is really a kind of upmarket sandwich bread that was sort of very fashionable when I was a child and before, really. It comes from Middle Europe somewhere and is incredibly good and very easy. No cooking at all. So that was some curd cheese, now some cream cheese. And first just blending them till they're smooth before, adding all my bits and pieces. Oh. Okay, softened. I mean, this is so easy. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. And really, you can just do all these things to taste. I mean, of course you can. I mean, and all cooking is like that, but this particularly. So some French mustard. Caraway seed, which I love. Look at these beautiful capers. There's little crocodile skinned rounds. Paprika. I'm using smoked paprika because I love it, but I mean paprika. That wonderful terracotta colour. And some cornichons, which are just these little gherkins. I mean, if you can only get big gherkins, just chop them up. I mean, I'm chopping these anyway. I like quite a lot in here. And this spiky vinegariness really, helps punctuate the creaminess of the cheese. In. And just mix. That's it. Bit of a scrape down. And then this is a Tupperware which I've lined with cling film, because the point is, although you can just put this in a bowl and just dollop it out on a bit of toast or bagel, the real retro experience has to produce it in a kind of moulded hump. So that's what I'm doing in my own way. So just smooth the top, fold back these overhanging bits of cling film, and then weigh it down with this tin. Once this has been in the fridge for a couple of hours, it will have chilled and set and you can mould it easily. Can I just tell you something? Until you have eaten lip tower on split, unbuttered poppy seed bagels or toasted black bread, you haven't lived. When I was a child, whitebait was the restaurant starter. You so rarely see it now that I feel I have to explain to some of you anyway what whitebait even is. And what it is this little fish. It really refers more to the size than to the genus, but sort of most commonly sprats or herring. The original small fry, in fact. And it's incredibly easy to cook them. You just dust in flour and then deep fry, whatever means you want. Get some ordinary pepper, I think. These were my sister Thomasina's favourite food. She always ordered them when we went to restaurants. So it's kind of in memory of her that I cooked them. And then you just really chuck them in a deep fat fryer. You don't have to use something like this. I mean, you can just use a wide saucepan or deep frying pan. The other thing that's really traditional to eat with whitebait is brown bread and butter. And ideally, the lemon wedges should be kind of cloaked in muslin and tied like little bonbons. These should be about ready now to come out. Let me see if I rustle them. Oh, wonderful papery noise. And just tumble them out onto the kitchen towel. Not that anyone would have been bothered then about excess oil. On their plate. And now this is the most important accompaniment. Some parsley for deep frying. You should use a splatter guard for this, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to stand back instead. It's the water in the parsley. That helps. There we are. Deep fried parsley is wonderful. It's not that unlike that thing of, seaweed in Chinese restaurants, which is just deep fried shredded cabbage. So, sprinkle it on the whitebait. Some lemon. And eat. Hear that crunch. Time for a revival, I think. There are a few things I like to keep in the larder. Not that I use them a lot, but really more for sentimental than culinary reasons. This. Camp coffee, remember that? I have a real fondness for the memory of it. My mother used to make something called milk and a dash, which was warm milk with a few drops of this in. I mean, I think this probably is left over from a long time ago. I don't remember buying it recently. And crystallised violets, which my mother and my grandmother particularly used to like. Look at that, wonderful. Not an everyday ingredient, admittedly. Now this, I do like to use quite a bit, ginger jam. Really evocative smell for me, and it is the basis of my grandmother's delicious bread and butter pudding. The other way my grandmother's bread and butter pudding is different is that she used brown bread, ordinary brown bread, in place of white. And what she did is make sandwiches with the bread and this ginger jam and then just squidge them together, which gives a lovely kind of juicy aromatic centre to this pudding. And I know that bread and butter pudding had a revival in the 80s and probably now considered, deeply unfashionable and boring. But what I always felt was a great pity is that it just became a kind of restaurant item. And bread and butter pudding isn't restaurant food, I mean, it's home food. Nearly through, I reckon 10 pieces of bread, so 5 sandwiches altogether, although we're going to cut them, is about right for my pudding basin. Okay. This is easy. Well, it's all easy. I mean, it's that sort of cooking. Just cut these sandwiches into triangles. And then just, as pudding basin's been greased with butter, just put these sandwiches in. What I do is what she did. So the first one goes in with a triangle like this, and then the next one with a triangle down this way. And what this does is that you get nice pointy bits peeking out from the custard at the end, and they get lovely browned and crispy and crunchy. Then, again, just because this is what she did, I just put one along each side. Now these are sultanas, And what I've done is I just soak these in rum, and I find the easiest way to do this quickly so they become really plump and sort of aromatically filled with the liquor is just putting them in the microwave for a minute and just leave them to cool. Now the custard, because all bread and butter pudding is sort of bread, butter and baked in a custard, soft set one. This is very soft set because I like to use mostly yolks, I don't like too much white. So I have 4 yolks and 1 whole egg. Just, you do need some white to set. But if you use too much white, I find it makes it too sort of firm a custard, and I want it to be really sort of voluptuously tender. Okay, sugar. This is a lot to do with taste. I think 3 of these spoons is plenty. After all, the fruit is quite sweet and the ginger jam is sweet. It's got a heat, but it's also got sweetness. A bit of gentle whisking. And then some cream. I have to say my grandmother, who had more austere tastes and lived in a more austere age, just used milk, but I like to use about 500 mils double cream and 200 of full fat milk. Stir and then pour this gorgeous yellow cream over the bread and let it soak for about 10 minutes because really you want it to soak in a bit before you bake it. And then all you need to do then is just dab butter over the little pointy bits that stick out and then sprinkle over some demerara sugar and a good crunch and some ground ginger for just aroma and then put it in the oven. The smell of my childhood. When my paternal grandmother died, I got given her cookery notebooks, though I should say that I have no recollection of my grandmother cooking from them or indeed cooking. She decided very early on that she got vertigo in the kitchen and therefore, for health reasons you understand, never actually cooked. I do cook from them actually, though, and this is a lunch dish, that's what it's called, that I do quite a lot, and it's really a free-form pie filled with mincemeat, and like all pies, you have to start with the pastry. To make the pastry, measure 250 grams of plain flour and cut 50 grams of hard vegetable fat like cooking or something like that and 75 grams of cold unsalted butter. And really you're just mixing the butter and fat into the flour until what you've got is a kind of sandy porridge oats look. So when you've got this look, you pour in chilled water very, very slowly until you have something which is about to cohere. That's to say, you don't want a clump of dough, you want something that looks like it's shortly going to be a clump of dough. And at this stage, you can just tip the dough out of the process or out of the mixing bowl and just squidge it together with your hands until you've got a dough, and then twist it into 2, form a sort of flat, fat disc, and put each disc into a plastic bag or wrap with cling film and stick it in the fridge. Like all pastries, it has to sit and rest in the fridge for at least 20 minutes, which gives you time to get on with the filling. Now, I love this. There's something very retro about it. Mince meat, sort of jazzed up with hard-boiled eggs, black olives and tomatoes, and a pinch of allspice. And this must have seemed so sort of adventurous to the post-war housewife.
You pass me a knife now.
As far as I'm concerned, it's not just eating together as a family that matters, but also cooking together. I mean, I love cooking with my sister. For the filling, just get a large frying pan out and over medium heat, warm some oil, just a bit of olive oil, ordinary olive oil, vegetable if you want, and just chop up a couple of small onions or 1 medium to large onion and soften the onion in the pan. If you sprinkle a bit of salt on top of the onion, it will stop the onion from colouring because it extracts water out of the onion and therefore it doesn't actually sizzle and fry. Once you've done that, just tip in half a can of chopped in tomatoes and stir around a bit. Now add 250 grams of minced beef and turn the beef round a few times so that it breaks up and browns on all sides. Well, I would wait till it's browned first and stir it all over.
When the meat's brown, although don't be fanatical about it, just mostly brown and most of the pink gone, just add a couple of hard-boiled eggs, roughly chopped, but a handful of black olives, roughly chopped as well.
How exotic.
I know. Colour and interest.
And then give a good turn with a wooden spoon, give a pinch of allspice, a bit of pepper. You might need some salt, but the olives tend to be salty. And then stir well and cook over gentle heat just for about 20 minutes. At this stage, you really are going to have to let the meat cool a bit because you don't want to put piping hot meat out onto pastry. So roll out one of the discs into a rough square and then transfer your square onto a baking sheet and start rolling out the other square. And then you can just tip the slightly cooled mincemeat onto the first square and then dibble a bit with your fingers into some cold water and just sprinkle it around the edges of the square. This will just help the two bits stick together.
Oh, very nice. Okay, thank
So
you.
then plonk your top bit of pastry on top, and I like this bit that comes next because it's makes you feel competent in a very unjustifiable way, which is though you start squidging the bits of pastry together and roll them up probably about 3 turns so that you've got a rough sort of humped border all round, and then get a fork out and with the tines curved downwards just press further to help squidge the border together.
It's nice and gooey, isn't it, the pastry?
Thanks a lot.
And then prong the top of the pastry to make air holes any way you want.
Actually, you're the one who went to art school.
And then brush with a bit of egg wash. And egg wash is just a way of saying, an egg with a bit of water and a teeny bit of salt beaten together. And then bake in an oven, moderate oven, for about 20 minutes.
Very realistic. You
Very
are
good.
clever. You're good at utensils.
Do you know, I think that's a very good
Mustard,
idea.
excellent. But not quite yet. I have to look.
Pastry is lovely.
Oi, get your hands off that bit. Oh, it's fabulous.
So is it eggs that give it that eggy colour?
Yes, it is.
Amazing. Yummy.
The point about weekends for me is not that we've got more time for cooking, we've got more time for eating. And I like to make the sort of food that just gets on with itself slowly in the kitchen so I can potter about and invite friends for lunch without being chained to the stove. Now this is one of my favourite standbys. It's shoulder of lamb, which is to turn into a shredded warm lamb salad with mint and pomegranate. Now let me just turn the oven on. Let me get tin out. Turn on the heat. Right, so the lamb gets bunged into the pan to brown. Don't need to add any fat because it's got its own. Lovely. I mean, that's the wonderful thing about shoulder. It's cheaper than leg and not as lean. And I know everyone likes leanness now, but the point is the flavour is in the fat. So all the fat will seep through into the meat, leaving the flavour there, and then the fat just remains in the water I'm going to braise it in. While that's happening, I can do a bit of light chopping. So I've got 4 shallots here, but you could use a couple of onions. Just don't bother to peel them, just chop them in half. All I want here is for the flavour of these vegetables to go into the water the lamb's going to be cooked in. Likewise, these garlic cloves, no need to peel them, just press with the side of a knife so all their lovely juicy flavour runs out. And then the carrot just gives wonderful sweetness, so that's... Now, let me just see, I think this is lovely and brown and ready to come out. And then just tumble the vegetables in the pan, in the fat that the lamb's rendered down, and just bobble them about a bit. And now this will both sizzle and smoke, don't be alarmed. Add salt. Meat that's undersalted is vile, so don't be timid. And then lamb back on, this time with the skin side up, foil on, and then the wonderful thing about this is it's been just a few minutes preparation, and now it just gets whopped in the oven, cooking for 5 hours at a low heat, 12 to 15 hours at an incredibly low heat, whatever, it's in the oven and you just get on with the weekend. This Turkish delight syllabub goes so well with the lamb, which I think has got about 2 hours left to go. You can make it much further in advance than this if you want, or you can do it at the last minute. I mean, what I love about this is that it goes with this whole weekend style of cooking, that the pace suits you. That's sugar, Cointreau, a bit of a weakness for this. I mean, I know that Cointreau doesn't sound exactly Turkish delight-like, but I just happen to have some in the house, and I hate going out and buying new ingredients every time I want to cook something else. And actually that kind of aromatic oranginess is perfect. But if you've got another liqueur which you bought in a fit of bad taste, use that. Right, lemon. I tend to use 2 lemons in here, but these are so vast. I get enough juice out of one. And I'm using a sieve, which I wouldn't ordinarily do, simply because the whole point about syllabub is that it's smooth and creamy. I don't want any pulp or pips. I mean, this isn't really Turkish delight, but what it is, it's trying to kind of evoke the sort of aromatic essence without any of that temple-aching sweetness and glutinousness. It's like perfumed cream. Now, I want the sugar to dissolve a bit into the Cointreau and lemon juice before I start adding the cream. So we finished the pouring part, and now we are now moving into the whisking. Double cream. Now, although the cream thickens immediately when you pour it into the liqueur, it will thin as you start whisking, and I should tell you that it does take ages. I'd say a good 7 minutes, possibly more, to thicken. That's why I use an electric mixer. I mean, you can use a handheld electric one. Unless you want to have a nervous breakdown, I would advise not doing it by hand. It's a long wait, you see. Now, when the cream looks like it's thickening a bit, sort of soon, I'm going to add the orange flower water and rose water, and this is what gives the sort of Turkish delight aroma. And then just leave it to thicken more. It always seems to occupy syllabub some notional territory between liquid and solid. That looks about right. When I lift the beaters up, only just holds a point and kind of flops over. Perfect. For quick taste. And now it's just a question of spooning it into the glasses. I like the cream to billow like a sort of alpine heap over the top of the glass. Now, this is so beautiful. Can you see these pistachios I got from a Middle Eastern shop? So they've all been slithered and peeled. Incredibly green. Otherwise, just buy ordinary pistachios and chop them up. Just sprinkle them on top. I mean, frankly, you've got pouring, you've got whisking, you've got sprinkling. I mean, it's not hard to make. And I have to say, not hard at all.
to eat. The wonderful thing about this pepper and feta salad is that it doesn't need any cooking, and it goes very well either as a starter before the lamb or eaten with it. I used to always, do that char grilling and skinning myself of peppers, but these ones from Spain actually taste exactly as if you'd done them yourself. So, the lamb's about to come out of the oven. I can spare the odd 2 minutes doing this. This is the bit I really love. A few whole blanched almonds. Get Spanish ones if you can as well, because they are better. Final hit of parsley. And that is it. Right, the lamb has been out of the oven without the foil for about 14 minutes, so should be bearable to the touch. I mean, I have got asbestos hands, but even wimps could manage this. And now, just a question of slicing and shredding it. This is a very good illustration of the fact that so many of the best things coming out of the kitchen are a result of accidents. I first made this because I was doing some slow-cooked lamb with beans, haricot beans, and I burnt them, and I wanted to salvage the lamb, and so I just came up with this, and now I do this a lot, and I don't do the one with beans so often. Much better. You could, if you were deft, set about the lamb with a kind of two-fork Chinese waiter crispy duck trick. I, however, might have noticed, am not deft, so I just do mauling with a bit of knife work. But the point about this slow cooking is that it makes the lamb so incredibly tender that any way you do it, it's easy. Falls to pieces. And now I'm going to show you something that could change your life. It's how to get seeds out of a pomegranate without, all that really boring winkling out with pins. Pomegranate, like so. Wooden spoon, like so. And then you just thwack. Look at that. Rain down these lovely beads. Around the edge for decorative purposes. Now a bit of a squeeze. Now the final touch and real clincher, fresh mint. Just chop this. Mint and pomegranate is a wonderful combination. Egyptian. I mean, how beautiful is that? Oh. And some salt. That's it. The lamb's done, the peppers are done, syllabubs are done. Not one bit of slaving. The Italians do a really delicious salad at Christmas with turkey, chicory and pomegranate seeds.
The Italians like pomegranates anyway, don't they?
They do it quite a lot. Syllabub.
Wow.
Pistachios. Something bad. What is the alcohol? Marsala? No. What is it?
Entree.
Entree, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I can taste the oranges.
If I tell you that there is such a thing as a lazy Sunday lunch for 12, you are going to have to believe me. This is it, slow-cooked aromatic pork with the best crackling you've ever had. The fact that it takes 24 hours to cook shouldn't bother you because, to be frank, for 23 hours and 55 minutes you're doing nothing. The aromatic part is a rub of 6 cloves of garlic, some grated ginger. That's the ginger. Now some chilies. I'm using just some crushed, chili flakes here, but if you want to use fresh chili, which I often do as well, then just do. Sherry vinegar or whatever vinegar you want. Vinegar is very good for helping crackling get really crisp. And some oil. Nothing fancy. Oh, this is. And now, bit of late night aromatherapy, followed by massage. Oh, this just rub it over the pork, over the scored skin. I mean, it's a lot of skin to cover, but I like to have, a lot of people around at the weekend, and though it sounds awful, I seem to satisfy my Jewish mother leanings by cooking this quarter of a pig, which I get from a farm in Dorset. And, so much pork now is bred to have no flavour. This is fabulous. Okay, a final smear. Wipe this gunk off my hands. And now, I have to stagger over to the oven, okay? This weighs more than my children, I think. Right, so that's in the hottest the oven will go for half an hour, and then all I have to do is turn the oven down, turn the pig over, and good night. I'm not going to lie to you, you do need to peel 2 kilos of potatoes to make this gratin, but then, unless you're having baked potatoes, then you're going to be peeling potatoes for Sunday lunch anyway. Now, I do my gratins slightly differently. Potato gratins are normally just sliced potatoes in cream or milk in the oven. I find then you just get the sort of potato gratin that when you bite into it, it bites back. So I cook the potatoes in a pan on the hob, and then just as soon as the pork comes out, blitz it in the oven just to brown on the top, which one means you can do all this if you've got one oven, but also means that everything is that lovely margin blurring softness, very creamy and delicious. Okay, I'm just going to put the potatoes sliced like this to my pan, and then about 500 mils of double cream. Need to go to the fridge to get some milk and butter. About the same amount of full fat milk. Now, garlic. Because although potato gratin should be creamy and should be sort of comforting, it's quite bland. I like a bit of flavour. If I'm doing this with roast chicken, I sometimes put a stalk of rosemary in. Right. Onion too for flavour, which means that although I'm peeling it, I'm not going to bother to chop it up. I'll just take it out when I pour the potatoes into the baking dish. Salt and pepper needs quite, strong seasoning, I think. Lid on and heat on. This will take half an hour, 40 minutes. So I'm just going to get the pork now to turn it over for its final glorious splitzing. Now, I find the easiest thing is to use gloves. Wow. That is just perfect. Very nice. I've got another pair. So I'm just going to put this in now to get the crackling really crisp. And I'll put the potatoes in the oven to brown just as I take the pork out to rest. This is the ultimate cosy Sunday lunch pudding. Easy sticky toffee pudding. Start off by melting butter, 175 grams self-raising flour. And what makes this so easy as well is you can just stir everything together just before you sit down to lunch. And although it takes 45 minutes to cook, you wouldn't want to eat pudding in under 45 minutes from sitting down to lunch. 100 grams of dark muscovado sugar, and it's this which gives the kind of intense dark treacliness to both sauce and sponge. Because what this is a pudding that is kind of a layer of toothsome golden sponge and a kind of volcanic eruption of dark, luscious syrup. Okay, so that's the dry ingredients done. Liquid ingredients start off with full fat milk, 1 egg, some vanilla, good vanilla, not essence, proper extract. So mix this in, add the melted butter, just leave some in for greasing that dish. And then, I mean, all you do is this. Can't get much simpler. In fact, if you've got children, you could probably get them to do it. Just pour the liquid ingredients into the dry. I'm going to put the kettle on now for the sauce. We need about 200 grams of chopped dates. There's 250 in here, so it's kind of most of a packet. Okay, just grease the bowl. And spoon the batter in. It looks very shallow when you have got it in there and as if it's never going to stretch to sort of feed people, but it really, really will. I mean, I get about 6 to 8 out of this. If I have any more than 8 people, I definitely would do 2. And I know it sounds like it's a lot, but I'd rather have too much than too little, and never knowingly undercatered is my kind of mantra in the kitchen. Now the sauce, I mean, even easier. 200 grams this time of the dark muscovado sugar. I mean, it gives you almost a kind of licorice-like darkness and depth. And then a few knobs of butter. And this is what makes the sauce syrupy and sticky, as well as sweet. And of course, the good thing about it being dark muscovado sugar is that although it's sweet, it's not sickly. And then, can't claim to know the scientific principles behind this, but it works and I'm an empiricist. 500 mils of boiling water, which you just pour over. And what happens is this kind of messy stuff on top, liquid slosh, forms a thick syrupy sauce underneath, and that cake batter now underneath is a wonderfully sort of crusty, chewy sponge. Put it on a baking tray. Just put it in a 190-degree oven for about 45 minutes. Olivia, can you give me a hand? I just want the crackling off. Yeah. Eat as much as you want as you do it. Herbs. I'm going to get this gratin out.
So how long are you going to put that in for?
Well, the oven's so hot, I think about 5-10 minutes, that's all. And then dive in. Look, crackling. Can I give you some? Yeah. Another bite. You need another bite. I will actually.
They are brilliant. Why don't you have that, darling?
Hey, I'll give you some coffee in a minute. You could. You could. It is. It is. It's very easy. Trust me, there is a way of inviting people over for dinner without ending up hating them, the kitchen and the world. I mean, the best food is often the simplest food, but most of all, remember that this isn't a culinary obstacle course, it is just dinner. My absolute favourite fallback stress-free supper is lamb shanks and creme brulee. I always start with the creme brulee, which simply involves cream, vanilla, eggs, sugar, a sink full of water and a blowtorch. Now, the reason that I've filled that sink full of cold water is that when you make a custard, which after all is what creme brulee is, it can split. There's always that danger. And so I know that if I've got that cold water there, if it looks like it's going to curdle, I just run over with my pan and plunge it into the sink full of cold water and all will be well. Okay, so what I want to do first is whisk and pour in the warm cream, complete with a pod. Lovely. Back in again with the vanilla pod. I mean, the more intensely vanilla-y, the better. Especially if you're eating this after, strong flavours. And back on the heat. Now, low heat if you're of a timorous bent, and slightly higher if you like to live dangerously. And stir until it's thickened. Now, I use this lovely wide pan simply because the more surface area that's being heated, the faster it will thicken. The one thing you do have to do is stir constantly, but having said constantly, this only takes a few minutes. Something very calming about the smell of vanilla. Maybe it's because it's a component in mother's milk. I don't know how this could be so, but I'm told it is. Now it's thickening really well. I mean, you want this thick. And of course, remember that the custard will thicken as it cools. Just take out the vanilla pod. And now, I just want to go and get the dish, which I put in the deep freeze so it's really cool. Just pour in. I know it doesn't fill to the top, but this is very rich and you don't need a huge amount. And you know by now that if I say that, it must be true. And that's all you need to do until it's cold. Then stick it in the fridge. and then it gets properly chilled, and then it's just a question of sprinkling on the sugar and torching it. The term dinner party has such hideous connotations when, in fact, you do want to invite your friends round, but most of the time I just want lots of food on a table and everyone can dive in as they want, no dinky procession of courses. This is something I do perhaps the most often. It's an aromatic lamb shank stew with couscous. Now the first thing I need to do is brown these lamb shanks in batches. Now, lamb shanks are the knuckle end of legs of lamb, and like all cheap cuts, they need slow, long cooking, but the flavour is so much better than sort of more expensive, fancier cuts. Right, turn over. I think real home food is about this sort of cooking. The restaurants can do a quick flash fry, but this is what I want to eat in people's houses and my own. It is important to brown them on both sides because the fat, when it's pallid, looks particularly unattractive. And anyway, this way you seal it and get a lot of flavour, and also you render some of the fat down into the pan, which gives again a lot of flavour for browning the onions in later. Now there are 2 onions here, 4 cloves of garlic, but I don't want you to get bogged down with weights and measurements because stews are not like that. It really is sort of go with the flow time. And now, I said this was an aromatic lamb stew. Let me show you my aromatics. That's nice and soft. Turmeric first, which is less of an aromatic than a beautiful food dye, like golden yellow. Adds sort of depth too. Bit of ground ginger, that's full of sweet heat. Cinnamon, slight Middle Eastern quality. Not too much or we're into sort of apple pie time. Some crushed chilies. I like this quite hot. And some fresh nutmeg. A good stir. You know, really, how much or how little you add of these spices is up to you. So taste as you go along. All I would say is add enough so it doesn't taste as if you're being apologetic about the spiciness. And now, some marsala. I mean, there's no logical reason why this goes in except I always keep marsala around and I love sort of the depth of smoky tone it brings. But you could add red wine, you can add sherry, you could add nothing. Some honey. Lamb is sweet anyway. Just a bit of honey brings out that sweetness. Not too much or it'll be sort of puddingy. And soy. Now, I know a bit of globe-trotting here. I don't mean to be vertiginously eclectic. It's just that I find soy gives you a sort of intensity of savouriness that salt alone just doesn't give you. So this onion mixture has cooked to a spicy, sweet sort of tangle of flavours. And what's wonderful is as soon as your friends have come in through the door, they'll be hit by this aromatic fug. Perfect. Put the lamb shanks back in now. And then it's just a question of covering with water and cooking for an hour and a half. Now, because I don't want to waste any of these lamb juices that have settled in the bottom of this dish, I'm just going to pour the water in here to swill around before sticking in the pot. And then bring to the boil, lid on, and cook for an hour and a half or so till it's tender, in which time I am a free woman. Right, lamb should be absolutely perfect. I've got this water on for the couscous, which I shall turn off now. The important thing when you need a lot of water is to make sure it's boiling before you need it, otherwise you have endless waiting. So lid off and have a quick see. That lamb is lovely and tender now. Quick taste for spice and seasoning. But I want a bit more soy.
And now, some lentils. Now I use these red lentils which soften into the sauce, turning what is now quite a watery gravy into a thick, grainy coating. And any time you can get that in a stew without adding flour is a bonus in my book. About 6 spoonfuls, I mean, if you were to count. They swell a lot, so you don't need to add that much. Now I want to cook this now without a lid on, so that as the lentils soften, the liquid evaporates, so I get deepening of flavour and thickening of texture. Now to go with this, I want something that will kind of soak it up. I've got some couscous there, and with the couscous, some nuts. I've got pine nuts, pistachios, flaked almonds, which I want to toast first. And by toasting, I just mean heat in a dry pan until they get golden and fragrant. You can smell as they're ready as well as see, which is perfect. And then when the couscous is done, I can just fork them through and it'll be sort of nut-studded and a bit of crunch. Okay, my couscous. You can read on the packet exactly how to treat couscous. Generally needs to be soaked first and then steamed. And when I soak this couscous with these lovely little semolina grains, like baby pasta, and into the water I put salt and also cardamom because I want a sort of musky quality as well, so add further to the aromatic sense of this meal. And then a bit of butter on top. Not too much, but enough. And this helps you know when the couscous is ready as well, because by the time the heat has reached up through the couscous to the top, it will be warm enough to start melting the butter. When it's ready, just fork through. Never use a spoon on couscous because it just makes it claggy. The lamb just needs to be tipped out into a serving dish, nice big one, welcoming, sprinkled with sort of violently green slivered pistachios, and supper's on the table. You've got to be lamb shank,
No.
I've got tongs for shanks.
More juice, please, madam.
Certainly.
Thank you.
It would be my pleasure.
That couscous is one of those funny things that I'm a bit sort of ambivalent about couscous, quite frankly, because I'm not sure I want that much, to be honest.
This is really delicious. This is
Put it in more if
absolutely
you prefer.
delicious.
And so where geographically does this come from?
No, it doesn't come from anywhere, but it borrows from the Moroccan palate.
I'm tempted to have more, Nigella, if I may.
This is the man who said he didn't like couscous.
I know. Well, see, that's what's so delicious about all of this.
Because otherwise
No, you bet. Oh, the creme brulee is what we always order in Paris. It's so brilliant. Le sucre du
Okay, so this is the premise. Supper time and the cooking is easy. Now, I think it's so much easier when you have friends over for dinner if you can cook some of it a bit in advance. If I do everything the last half an hour, I feel I'm going to crack. And these are sort of chocolate pots, which you don't have to make the night before, although I prefer to. You have to make them at least 6 hours before. But they are so incredibly easy. Okay, 175 grams of chocolate, minus 1 button.
What I'm going to do now is this is 150 mils of double cream and 100 mils of milk just below boiling point. Going to add a splash of vanilla and about a quarter teaspoon of allspice. Let the milk and cream mixture steep on top of the chocolate for 30 seconds and the chocolate starts melting under the heat of the milk and cream. Now you just crack an egg down the funnel, and it's the egg which will help set this chocolate pot. That's it, we've done the cooking. That's all we need to do. Now in the fridge, and I've got pudding made for tomorrow night. If you're going to go in for dinner parties at all, even informal ones, which are the only ones I would ever want to give or go to, you do need to have a kind of laid-back repertoire of regulars. And this is, I would say, my favourite. The basis is chickpeas, and here it's with fish, lovely, beautiful red mullet, although I often use red bream. Okay, chilli, some garlic, onion. The idea really is that this is chopped finely and then cooked till they're soft and the chickpeas turned in them. And that provides a sort of sauce-like coating and flavouring. And some thyme leaves. I mean, these, as you can see, fresh thyme and a fresh chilli, but if you want to use dried chilli flakes and some dried thyme, that's fine. I change the flavourings anyway, depending on my mood or what I've got in the house and what I'm eating this with. Just a bit of olive oil in a pan. Just ordinary olive oil, not extra virgin. I do add extra virgin olive oil at the end, but if you're heating, you lose all the edge of flavour, so there's no point using it now. So lovely the way the chilli just dyes everything, that sort of peachy orange. Now, I'm not going to wait for the oil to get hot before I put in this wonderful oniony mush, because I want this to be soft. I don't want it to frizzle and fry. Some salt. Okay, this will just need a few minutes to cook into a sort of soft, mushy mellowness. And then I'm just going to tip the chickpeas in. I mean, those are canned chickpeas. I often use dried ones, which I quite like. They are a teeny bit better if you soak them and then cook them. But I have found now that if you shop around, and you can find a brand that's really good enough to use without apology. Now I think it helps to add some of the liquid from the can in the same way as if you've cooked them yourself, just keep some cooking water back. It just helps everything sort of amalgamate into a sauce. Chickpeas are my favourite. There's such a thick meatiness about them, which means that you don't really need to bother with potatoes, and I really think that once you've got potatoes out of the equation, any dinner party is much easier. Okay, heat off, some extra virgin olive oil over the top, not much, just enough for depth and flavour, and if I can find it, put on a lid. Now, move on to stage 2, the fish. Incredibly simple. Again, ordinary oil. I do want the oil hot now because I want the fish to frizzle, for the skin to crisp. Get the fish, look how beautiful, like the flash of a Barbie mermaid's tail. Now what I want is for the skin to crisp, and I'll just turn them round so that they're just cooked through, but they really don't take long, these fillets. I'm going to turn the heat off when I start on the sauce. I'm going to say sauce, it's really just deglazing a pan. Okay, first mince in some garlic, and then put in a couple
of anchovy fillets. Now, can I give you some advice here? Don't say that there's anchovy in this sauce, because so many people have got a sort of prejudice against anchovies and are convinced they don't like eating them, whereas you cook this sauce for them, they don't know and they love it. A teeny bit of the oil they've been stored in, and I get anchovies which are in olive oil. Just a minute or so's cooking until they are a lovely kind of velvety, salty emulsion. I'm going to add a bit of sherry. This will bubble up, evaporating a bit and forming a sort of syrupy sauce. Let that bubble up. A few more thyme leaves. And now the final touch here is just off the heat. Add a small knob of unsalted soft butter and whisk it in. And what this does is it both thickens the sauce slightly and makes it wonderfully glossy. Right, plate up. Put the chickpeas in first on both plates, because nothing ruins conversation more than people asking you to pass something every 5 minutes. And however important food is at a dinner party, it's never as important as conversation. Now just pour some on top of each. It's not meant to be gravy, it's just meant to be a sort of liquid flavouring. And final sprinkling of thyme leaves. I mean, this is so easy. I mean, how long did it take? A few minutes?
Men who don't want to join their wives in tea.
Right, I'm going to go and do the starter. To tell the truth, I don't go in for starters very often. I mean, to be frank, it's so simple, it doesn't even involve cooking. What it is raw salmon with ginger, soy and rice vinegar in a dressing. Absolutely delicious. This is how easy it is. Equal quantities of soy sauce and rice vinegar. Nice chunk of ginger. And some sesame oil. I don't always use sesame oil. You can keep it quite astringent because salmon is quite an oily fish. But I just do think it gives it a wonderful mellow roundedness that makes all the difference. Now a bit of snipping. I find it easier to cut the salmon with scissors, just into manageable pieces for people to fork out onto their plate. And look how beautiful that sort of gleaming orange flesh, so beautifully grained with white. I know this looks like smoked salmon, and probably people will think it is unless you tell them otherwise, which I think you should. But I think do not be tempted to try it with smoked salmon, because it would give entirely the wrong taste. Dressing over. As the rice vinegar sort of hits some of the salmon, it cooks it in the acid. I mean, the longer you leave the salmon in the dressing, the more cooked it will get. So if you want it more cooked, just do this and leave it for a while. Right, and now all I want to do is have a few snipped spring onions on top. It's almost fraudulent, this, because it's somehow tastes so complex and wonderful, and yet you've done nothing at all. And that's it. How hard was that? I'm spilling as I go. Shannon, can you take one? I'll try not to make it spill. Say it like that. Eating in a course of beauty. What happened to Britain? When time is tight, fast assembly food is great, but on housebound rainy weekends, I want to savour a little domestic warmth and enjoy some laid-back stove-side pottering for a change.
And meatballs are what I make when I want to shimmer into Italian mama mode. It's time consuming, but I don't apologise for that here simply because there's no point in making fresh pasta or meatballs unless you really want to enjoy the process and sort of throw yourself into the activity. And actually, making fresh pasta is not hard at all. I think too often in cooking especially, people fail to make the distinction between time consuming and difficult. This isn't difficult at all, it just takes a while, it's fiddly. Right, I've got 400 grams of 00 flour here. You can get 00 flour, which is very finely milled, makes incredibly elastic dough. At supermarkets now, that's easy. And all you need to remember with fresh pasta is that for each 100 grams of flour, you have 1 egg, and the 1 egg, as you call it, of pasta, makes enough for 2 people quite generously. Bit of salt. I'm going to get my eggs. Now, I prefer making this just the way they do in Italy, normally. Just pile the flour on a board and then just crack the eggs onto it. Makes a mess, but that's fine. But this is sort of hands-on and fun, and that's the whole point of this. This is my 4th egg. And then just mix these together. And knead until you've got a ball of dough. And you'll see the change here. At the moment it's just a mess. The kneading of pasta dough is the same as bread dough. In other words, you're pushing out with the heel of your hand and bringing it back either with your fingers or again with the heel of your hand. And what it is that you're bringing your body heat to work on the gluten and the flour. So it's rather wonderful. It's sort of cooking that's a real collaboration between you and the food. Now, it's more or less ready. You can see it's quite smooth and I can form it into a ball very easily. It's so soft, like a baby's bottom. You can just cover it in cling film, but somehow it doesn't fit my mood today, so I'm going to... When I make fresh pasta, I'm more in a kind of tea towel mood. 30 minutes will do it. You just have to rest a bit before you start turning it into pasta strips. But if you wanted to, you could leave it in the fridge for a couple of hours. I mean, properly covered, 3 days would be fine. Rainy day cookery is to some extent store cupboard cookery, and I know everyone nowadays quite justifiably makes a big deal out of fresh herbs, but dried herbs, can be incredibly useful, and some of them are wonderful. Parsley and basil, not so great, but dried mint is wonderful. It doesn't have the sprightliness of fresh mint, but it does really have a wonderful smoky redolence. Thyme, I suppose because it's quite oily, really works well when it's dried and you get the full hit of the herb. And oregano I use a lot when it's dried, and it's really, well, I suppose when the weather's like this you need a bit of summer in your food. Right, the meatballs again, this is easy work. Takes some time, but that's no problem. I've got here 250 grams of minced pork, same weight of minced beef. You can alter the meats to suit you. Often I do just beef, sometimes I might put a bit of veal in. You're just using this as a blueprint. To this I always add some grated parmesan. I suppose if I'm going to measure it, which I'm not, I'd say it's about 2 tablespoons, but it's just enough to give a sort of savoury depth. Now, an egg. This helps bind the mixture. And the same is true really as semolina, which helps give a bit of bulk. In fact, bread is normal, but I didn't have any bread for breadcrumbs one day, so I added some semolina, and I now find I love that sort of wheaten sweetness such a lot. I always use this. 3 spoonfuls. oregano, whatever herb you add, I mean, it's up to you. Most normally I do fresh parsley, and I suppose I wanted to change it. Salt, quite a bit. You want the seasoning to be sort of full on. And pepper. Garlic. If you want to add onion as well, do. And it's really just a question of mixing all this together and then forming them into little balls. Now, you do need to be a bit patient to make them small enough, because actually it's much nicer when you have meatballs with pasta to have them really about a teaspoonful. Right, this is the base for the tomato sauce. Onion, garlic, oregano. So get a bit of oil, not extra virgin, just ordinary. And this for me is incredibly important. Some butter. I find cooking tomato sauce in butter, at least some butter, really adds a mellow note and cuts any acidity, and tomatoes can be very acidic. So while that warms, I'm going to scrape this in. This will take, I don't know, 5 minutes. What I want is it to cook down and be soft. I don't want any crispiness or colouring. Some salt. Right, so that's lovely and soft and sort of cooked to a wonderful soused pulp. So tomato passata, that's just sort of liquidised tomatoes, really. I always add a bit of water to this, otherwise it just gets too thick and too intense. Bit of sugar. Sweet though tomatoes are, often you need a teeny bit of help. Pepper. Teeny bit of salt, not too much, because I did add the salt earlier, and anyway, you can always taste later. And then, if I can find a lid, just going to partially cover the pan, just to let it sort of cook for about 10 minutes, and then I can get back and add the milk. Put it in there, and maybe we'll turn the handle. There we are. Okay, Mimi, you start. That's good. Now, well done. More pasta. That's lovely.
That's the red one. That's my
That's good. Right, we're on the home run. Just add some milk. I learnt this trick of putting milk in sauces in bologna, and it makes a real difference. It makes it look rather like cream of tomato soup, but nothing wrong in that. Right, now the meatballs. It's quite important not to stir these and break them up as you're adding them. Just drop them gently into the sauce. Right, so the meatballs are in. I'm going to put the lid on again partially, so the meatballs will cook, the sauce will thicken, and in 20 minutes, we're ready. There you are, there's some parmesan if you want. That's yours, sweetheart. Okay. There you are. Twist it round, darling. The whole point for me of rainy day cooking is that you're going to make something you would never normally have time for.
And trifle is really that sort of food, not least because there are so many stages. It's not that any of them are hard, it's just that you've got to be hanging around and you've got to want to linger around the kitchen a bit. And this trifle is a raspberry and lemongrass one. And the first stage in my particular trifle is to make a syrup. And I've done this simply by boiling 600 mils of water with 325 grams of caster sugar and 3 large stalks of lemongrass. And I just brought that to the boil, let it bubble away, and then let it sit with all the flavours infusing for a while. A wonderful kind of sharp, sweet syrup. So I have enough syrup there for many things in this trifle. Oh, the first of which is cooking the raspberries, because I want to do a trifle which has fresh fruit, not jam. And I'm going to use some of this syrup and all of these raspberries, about 300 grams, to make a really sort of luscious, fresh raspberry sauce to dunk sponges in, and that will be like the first fruity layer. Okay, so I have here, I don't know, about 150 mils, 200 mils of this syrup. And what happens is that the raspberries kind of explode and melt into the syrup as you bring it up to boil. It doesn't take that long. I mean, it's, you know, of course you could use just jam, but the point here is that you have a really intensely fresh tasting raspberry sauce. I mean, it kind of reminds me of the sort of jam you imagine would be eaten in sandwiches on kind of Enid Blyton picnics. That looks perfect. My gorgeous ruby syrup. I'll let it cool a bit, because although I don't mind being a bit reckless, even I don't want to dip my hands into boiling sugar. And then once this is cooled a bit, I can just dunk my sponges in and begin my layering. Now, I'm just using bought trifle sponges. Now, I know a lot of people find that if anything is out of a packet, it's somehow not to be contemplated. I actually think a bought trifle sponge is the best thing in the trifle. It's rather wonderful the way it soaks up all this red fruity liquid. It's difficult to say how much you'll need. I mean, I've got 2 boxes worth, about 16 sponges there, because the whole point about trifle is it's not always helpful to give measurements, because what you want to do is see by eye, because it's about layers. So really, you just have to you stop when you've got the layer you want. Right, last one. Very raspberried. And now the next layer, which will become into this layer as well. Some vodka. Now the reason I'm using vodka for this is for no other reason than I want nothing to interfere with this beautiful raspberry colour. Up to you how much, it's about 3 spoonfuls. That'll soak down. And so will a bit of syrup. So if I just... Not too much, you don't want to waterlog it, but what I'm just going to get on with now is the cream for the custard, which I want similarly flavoured. So I've kept these bits of lemongrass and I stick over a pot of single cream, bring it to the boil, let it stand off the heat for, 20 minutes. Just make the custard and just simply then pour the cool custard over the set fruity sponges, and then on top of that some whipped cream, and then something which I will finish up what I have here by boiling it down into a wonderful sort of toffee-like lemon syrup, and then just drizzle it over. Right, I'm using 8 egg yolks, 75 grams of sugar. Just whisk this into the egg yolks. Pour in my infused cream and whisk it in. Lovely. So pour this in. I want this to be wonderfully rich and thick. Royal custard. Right, so I've let the trifle chill a bit, so this custard now is nice and firm, which will support this whipped cream.
And this goes piled on top. I don't like it whipped too thickly. Just the whole thing is more dreamily voluptuous when it's like this. Look at that. And then, final stage, the lemongrass syrup. Look, I've just reduced it so it's like a toffee. And a bit of drizzling on top. And now, really, all you need to do is find some quiet space and dive in. When it's cold and I want some warming inside, this is the book I turn to. English Food by Jane Grigson. It's got just the sort of things you want to read about. You want to eat, but reading about it is often fine. To make a goose pie, steak, kidney and oyster pudding, and it's got full of my notes and everything because I just have never been able to stop reading this book. And I love this one too, Gastronomy of Italy by Anna Del Conte. And I suppose in a way I think of it as, you know, like a travel brochure in culinary form. But it's also the case it is the most comprehensive guide, so that you want to cook something Italian, this is where you look first. Another wonderful escapist volume. Classic home desserts, you know, sort of food you want to eat, but try not to eat. Of course, I don't always manage that struggle, but still, lovely, comforting, warming puddings. And this is one of my favourites, chocolate cow cake, which I've kind of fiddled with and done various versions. And this is the perfect sort of thing to cook when you want to potter about the kitchen. It's absorbing, but not too demanding. I mean, in fact, this is very easy altogether. It's mostly stirring with a bit of whisking, which I do mechanically. So I've melted some chocolate here. It's 250 grams, really wonderful dark chocolate. It's had a few minutes in a medium microwave, which I think is the easiest way. This is some lovely soft butter, unsalted. So I just need 125 grams of this, so half the packet. And the idea is, you know, put it in the chocolate, which is warm, and it will just melt into it. And then after it's melted, I'm just going to leave it there to cool slightly before adding it to the cake. Great. It'll be fine. Let's leave it there. Right. This is a flourless chocolate cake, which I think is the best sort. And so what you have, also to give it heft and rise, is eggs. So I need 4 egg whites. I need these yolks, so I'll put them here. I find it easier to whisk the whites first, simply because then I have everything ready. The whites are there, I just have to get on with the rest of the cake and fold them in and we're off. Flourless cakes are also quite good because they're more convincing as puddings, I think, than an ordinary, you know, English flour cake. In fact, this cake I did for pudding for my New Year's Eve dinner last year. Last one. What I need to do is whisk these whites until they're sort of well and frothy, and then gradually add some sugar. Right, I need 100 grams of sugar. That's about in between 6 and 7 of these. Just spoonful by spoonful. Caster sugar. What I want is for the whites to be firm and glossy, but not stiff or dry. There, that looks great. Oh, peace at last. It's like that blissful moment when people stop playing bagpipes. Great! Now I'm going to get on this. You'll see how easy this is. I've got the 4 yolks here, and so I'll just have 2 whole eggs. There's always something very satisfying about a recipe which uses a whole carton of eggs, I find. Okay, now sugar, 75 grams, 5 of these. Tablespoon in baking always means a 15 spoon, or think of it as 3 teaspoons. Okay, a quick whisk.
We could use a wooden spoon, frankly. That's what's rather nice about this. It isn't laborious, should we say. And now, zest of an orange. I mean, you don't have to add this, it's just if you feel like it. I mean, I don't always like orange with chocolate, but I think here it seems to work very well. I think that the chocolate is so intense and the egg whites make it so light that it somehow just gives a third dimension. Now going further along the orange route, bit of Cointreau. And again, I use this because I do always have a stash of this, but there's no need to get it specially for this. You could use rum, which is always delicious, Kahlua, Frangelico, I mean, list is endless. Or if you want to add nothing in the way of liqueur and no orange, I think a bit of vanilla is probably a good idea. Okay, very, very nearly there now. Just pour in the chocolate and butter mixture. Mix that in. And then the whites. Now, when you fold in whites, it's easiest always if you start off by giving a dollop, a spoonful, into the basic mixture and whisking really vigorously. Don't be scared, just completely beat it in, because this will make the kind of base mixture much lighter and it'll make it much easier then to fold in the egg whites. You won't have to whisk all the air out of them. Now, we don't want that whisk. Okay, now you need to be a patient person for folding. I'm not particularly, but I think somehow it's always better not to be scared of egg whites. I know that the idea is you've got to be gentle and not get any air out, but if you're too scared, I think somehow it does sometimes permeate its way into the cooking. I think you just have to relax and it will go better. So look, I'm just folding in light, lifting it up so the air stays in, but you know, no need to exaggerate. And that's it. And then all that remains to be done is to pour it into the tin. Don't grease the tin, completely dry, but just put some baking parchment at the base. Beautiful. Leave yourself some in the bowl for eating out later. And the thing about these flourless cakes, you know, which have egg whites as their raising agent, is that they rise really quite a lot, quite radically on baking, and then as they cool they sink damply in the middle, and that's what makes them so delicious, and it's absolutely fabulous. Anyway, you've got to be baked now. The oven's preheated at 180. It's about 35-40 minutes. So in the oven. Don't be alarmed at how just cratery and splintery it gets. It's meant to be like that, and the whole point is this crater that you'll get will be filled with a softly whipped cream just with a bit of Cointreau added to match the Cointreau in the base, and then dusted with some cocoa. Believe me, I'd have to go and lie down in a darkened room if I tried proper party catering. But for children's birthdays or lazy summer gatherings, I've found a way of providing food while still enjoying the party. Any good party has to involve a lot of standing around, gossiping and picking for food, so you do need good picking food. And this is kind of my favourite of all those. I am loath to use the word dip, but in effect this is what it is. It's from Piedmont, it's called bagna cauda, and what it is a sort of velvety gunge, a mixture of melted down anchovies, garlic, olive oil and butter. And it's so wonderful with raw vegetables, mostly I think things like cauliflower, chicory, radish, something sort of peppery. I'm going to use 4 cloves of garlic. I mean, it could be 3, it could be 5, but you know, these things are not crucial. Just minced in. And it is important that the garlic goes into cold oil because you want everything to melt down and you want it to be soft. You're trying to get a sort of an emulsion. And try and get anchovy fillets that have been preserved in olive oil. I usually use about 12. I can't honestly say I'm bothered to count them all, but I reckon that tin must be about 12. I'm going to keep the oil in this tin, however, because there's something about the oil that anchovies have been steeped in. It's so wonderful. I love it particularly, sort of drizzled over just plain boiled new potatoes. But I do also have a neurotic inability to throw anything away, and I don't necessarily want to pass that on to you. Okay, so just chop these fairly finely. I mean, be patient about this because it does make it easier for them to kind of meld and melt into the garlicky oil. Okay, so the anchovies are in the garlic and the olive oil, so I'm just going to keep the heat fairly low. Luckily that's a small burner, so I can't be tempted to be impatient and turn it up. And really just heat stirring, letting all the ingredients melt into one another and sort of fuse. Now it is quite strong, you can imagine that the extra virgin olive oil is quite peppery. The anchovy is very salty, and of course garlic, especially grated raw like that, it tends to be pungent. So I'm just going to get a whisk and start adding butter, which has to be very good and unsalted. And this is what balances the flavours of the garlic, anchovies, olive oil, and really adds a sort of tenderness, a creaminess. You want to go fairly slowly because you want to incorporate the butter gradually so it doesn't just get runny, but it gets glossy and slightly thicker. And although it's meant to be for dipping vegetables in, you know, it's quite useful as a sauce. I quite like it just drizzled over a bit of steak or kind of char-grilled lamb. I mean, anchovy and lamb goes very well. Just beautiful smelling. I'm just going to degrease. And now, particular joy of the whole bagna cauda experience. The spirit burner, if I were really lucky, I'd be doing this in a fondue set, but still. The point is you want this to keep warm so it doesn't start splitting, and then people can mill around in the garden, dipping things in, and you can be cool about it. Now, it's completely up to you what vegetables you dip in, but I mean chicory particularly. There's something about the bitterness. I love these sorts of tastes. Fabulous. Made a dip return. I love halloumi, which is this, a hard, sharp Greek cheese. It's at its best, just sliced and fried in an oilless pan. You don't need any fat, or griddled or grilled. I like this with these chili peppers just sort of chopped up very fine, left to soak in oil a bit, and then sprinkled over with a bit of lemon juice, because that's sort of a great balance of the sharp and the fiery. But if you want something very mild and sweet, just de-seed. I'm going to put some olive oil, really lovely thick green olive oil, in here. Chilies go in there and they kind of sit around sousing a bit before dressing the halloumi, which I think needs to be turned now. Have a look. That's perfect. That won't take long. Oh, so beautiful. Now, no, I'm not going to do something stupid. One of the difficulties about wearing contact lenses is that if you forget and you've been touching chili, you are in trouble. So, excuse me. And then all I have to do is just sprinkle with this wonderful red chilli. Spritz with lemon juice and take it out of the garden. This is something else which is perfect for picking food at parties. Union Square Cafe nuts. These are sort of mixed nuts, Brazils, walnuts, hazelnuts, pecans, almonds. unpeeled almonds, very importantly. I've roasted them just to get all their sort of aromatic flavour. And as I said, they're spice nuts, and the spice mixture is really quite simple. It's some dark muscovado sugar, about 2 teaspoons. I just have to tell you that this treatment takes a nut into a completely different dimension. About the same amount of salt. I need something to counter that treacly sweetness. 2 teaspoons, a tablespoonful. Just scrunch it up a bit so that it's not too coarse. And for heat, cayenne pepper, really as much or as little as you want. And then, and this makes just such a difference, some finely chopped fresh rosemary. I mean, about 2 tablespoons worth, were you to measure it, which I don't suggest you do. And you know, I first had these at the Union Square Cafe in New York. It was sort of one of those really hot Manhattan nights, and I went in and had a glass of cold beer, and I was sitting at the bar, and they have these dotted about the bar, and may I say, you have one bit of these, and that's it, you're lost. If you haven't got fresh rosemary, I wouldn't use dried here, I have to say. You could always use a dried herb that would be better at that, like some dried thyme, maybe. Right, should be fine enough now. You want it fairly fine. Add this to the spices. Now mix this together just so that when the spices coat the nuts, it's sort of equally distributed, not just clumps of sugar in parts and salt in others. Wow, beautiful. Heat on. And about a tablespoonful of butter, I mean not much. Tools. So let the butter melt. Just add the spice mixture and turn it around a bit just so that it's all over. And then the nuts. This is cool enough now, so just turn them in this aromatic butter so that they're sort of slicked, lightly covered. You can see the speckles of rosemary as well. How beautiful. These are really wonderful, you know, when you've got friends coming out for supper and you haven't got time to do the first course. I mean, just put these on the table and everyone's happy. And to be honest, they are so fabulous. You could probably dispense with the main course as well. From spice nuts to pudding, everyone ecstatic. Beautiful. I mean, look, got their lovely bronzy gold colours against the silver of these bowls. How unfortunate that I'm spilling them. I'll just have to pick them up and eat them in a minute. I present to you, beautiful or what? Barbecuing is the great American culinary art, so it's not surprising that the contribution to the literature comes mainly stateside. It's one of my favourite books, Licence to Grill. It's a rather fabulous book, which I read a lot, mostly in the rain, dreaming of barbecuing, but there you go. There's a recipe here which I like a lot, not that I can cook it, but still. Fancy ash roasted potatoes, which are wonderful because I've eaten them. Really what the deal is here is you get potatoes, you wrap them in tin foil twice and then plunge them straight into the hot coals. This is really barbecuing for people who use grilling as a way of communing with nature, and unfortunately I just commune with a gas cylinder. Another American book that I love, The Barbecue Bible. This is one of my favourite chapters, Bird Meets Grill. If you can see this picture, the sort of whole parade of spatchcock chickens, and that's really the way I like to cook my chicken on the grill. I mean, not that many of them, unfortunately, but come rain or shine, I can be at my grill with a spatchcock chicken or two. Once you've spatchcocked like a chicken or a quail, in other words, you just cut it down one side and open it flat. It takes much less time to cook. Basically what you're doing is cutting either side of the spine. I find scissors easier, but I mean, if you want a knife, I'm too clumsy to be safe with a knife. Right, and then I just want to take that bit of spine out, so this is the other side. It's terrible how curiously satisfying I find this noise and feeling. But then I like a bit of dismemberment in the evening. There we are.
And that's, just lean on it. The marinade for the chicken is fairly simple. Lemon juice, peppercorns, garlic, olive oil. Not extra virgin, ordinary. So that's it, ready for tomorrow. I'm going to have to do a bit of barbecue in the rain. English summer, welcome to it. Anyway, so I spatchcocked this chicken. It took about 25 minutes just as well, because the idea of being out here for an hour, even with my umbrella wrangler, isn't much fun. As far as I'm concerned, and frankly as far as my children are concerned, you cannot have a birthday party without a cupcake. And they are incredibly easy to make. It's 125 grams of sugar, caster sugar. More needed. Same, 125 grams of self-raising flour. Again, 125 grams of butter, and it must be very soft, otherwise it's not going to blitz up quickly and cream as it should. And so the 2 eggs, in other words, 125 grams of eggs. And a bit of vanilla. If you want to make these chocolate, it's very easy. Just take out, a spoonful like this of the flour and replace it with the same amount of cocoa. Okay, so a quick blitz. Okay, so what you need is a soft dropping consistency. You need a bit of milk to help you get there. I don't know, a tablespoon, 2 tablespoons. This is full fat milk here. Only thing that's important though is that it's at room temperature, and really everything should be, because if you chuck something cold in, it'll make it curdle. Doesn't matter entirely. I mean, it's not a disaster. It just won't be as light. Great, and we're ready to go. Now you have to be very, very patient to be doing these little mini ones, and I'm not that person. But the reason I keep them little often for the children is that, to be frank, although children love cupcakes, they tend really just to want to lick off the icing, so there's no point majoring on sponge. Don't overfill, simply because you want to leave room for the icing, and I think they look rather nice if the icing is flattish, rather than if it cooks so much you've got a kind of hump top. I've got the oven preheated to 200, and frankly these little babies will only need about 10 minutes. I would start looking at 7 just in case, and nor will they need very long to cool before you can start icing them and letting the artistic spirit speak within you. Well, there is a lot going on here, you can see, very busy in this area. I'm just going to start
dyeing the icing. And I do think for food colouring, and I know that it's not an art that most people want to practice these days, but anyway, I really do advise using these pastes, not the little bottles. One, because the trouble with those bottles is that they tend just to dilute the icing quite a bit if you want to get a good depth of colour, but also the range of colours here is just truly fabulous. Okay, I'm going to go a bit more purple just because I always like just to go that bit too far, I suppose, but still, let's go. Just look how beautiful this is, I'll show you, hang on. In a way, it seems a pity to puncture this sort of serene, untroubled lilac-ness, but I have to, because I have here my golden treasure. Gold-covered chocolate buttons, kind of gold ball bearings, and it goes. Slightly over the top here, not to say vulgar, but hey, this is the Versace of cupcakes. You remember I said earlier that, you can make these little cupcakes into chocolate cupcakes and also, obviously, make them a normal size. Well, I've got those there, and I'm going to make a chocolate ganache to ice them. And all you need to do with that is melt equal amounts of dark chocolate and double cream. And all you do to make this is heat these two ingredients on a very low flame until the chocolate melts into the cream, and then you give it a kind of moderate whisk, and that's it. When hot, it's like a chocolate sauce, and when cold, it's a sort of lightly set, glossy, smooth kind of delight of an icing. I have to say there are a few things better than just ordinary cooked sausages, but I make these things called pigs in blanket for children's parties because my children like them and because I can't resist the name. And a pig in blanket is a little sausage covered in a cheese scone dough, and the virtue of a cheese scone dough is that it's incredibly easy to make. You just start off with 375 grams of self-raising flour. I mean, the original pig in blanket, I think, is a wartime recipe, and they tended to use a potato pastry, I suppose, just because it sort of bulked everyone up. But believe me, I don't need too much bulking. Right? And as I say, it's cheese scone, and I use red Leicester, about 25 grams, because I like the colour. It doesn't matter, use whatever you want. Just grate it in, and look, these wonderful kind of tangerine green curls. Okay, and so basically this is with the addition of some salt, and I think it has to be fairly salty. And then really this is just my bowl full of dry ingredients, and all I'm going to do now is just stir in some liquid ingredients. So for that I've got 250 mils of full fat milk. I need some vegetable oil, about 3 tablespoons. I mean, butter would be the sort of more normal way of doing it, but you would have to melt the butter, and the reason why I use vegetable oil, because it means the children can do this by themselves, because obviously I wouldn't want them melting butter by themselves. Right, and an egg. Just fork this together, and just pour this in here, and just fork it through. Go cautiously, because flour absorbs liquid differently depending on the weather, depending on the batch of flour, everything. You just have to go by eye. So I do need quite a bit more flour in here. You want this to be kind of sticky and tender and soft, but it has not to be so sticky that it will stick to the work surface when you roll it out. A bit more flour, just for rolling purposes. Now this dough is so easy, you can really either sort of pat it out or roll it out, so I've just done a bit of patting just because I love the feel of it.
And now some rolling, a kind of rough rectangle. Doesn't really matter what shape it is, but you want it fairly thin because the self-raising flour will make them puff up. And these are, you remember, pigs in blankets, not pigs in duvets. Okay, that's about right. And then cut this into, I don't know, strips. You can see what size these sausages are, so it's just going to have to contain that. So just put the sausage into this edge and then roll up. And there we are, this is pig in its blanket. So I'm just going to carry on swaddling these babies, and then when I've got full nursery there, I'm going to brush them with some egg, sort of whisked with some salt, just to give a wonderful golden colour and also sort of more savoury oomph. And then bake them in a hot oven, about 220 for, I don't know, 10 to 15 minutes. Then just, they'll be lovely, out of the oven, on the table, into mouths. First, take a cold winter's day. Then add the best chocolate you can find to a little hot milk. Then add something sweet and a little Christmas spirit. And let the magic do that thing that it does. There is for me a kind of Frank Capra moment where not only do I feel that Christmas has truly descended, but I'm really happy to go with it. And I can sit down with some hot chocolate, proper hot chocolate, that's to say chocolate melted in some milk, a bit of honey, and for further insulation, some rum. And I can do a little bit of creative play with a Christmas cake. Now, don't be alarmed. One year I did actually start soaking fruits in July to make a proper Christmas cake. And I have to say, by the time Christmas came, I was so exhausted with the idea, I just couldn't even make it. So this is a compromise. You buy a cake and then stab it a few times, put some rum over, and then paint some apricot jam on top. This makes it a nice sticky surface onto which you can stick nuts and beautiful light gleaming glacé fruits. These are one of the marron glacé, really beautiful, like snow where the sugar settles on top. You just completely cover the top. I'm not saying you should pretend you made this, I really wouldn't go in for that kind of thing. But it isn't all or nothing. You don't have to exhaust yourself, you don't have to pretend that Christmas isn't happening. This is the third way. And then at the end, just gloss it all over again with the apricot jam so it looks beautiful and gleaming. I mean, just look at this, bejewelled with fruit. It's like Carmen Miranda's Christmas crown.
The key to an enjoyable Christmas is simply not to put too much pressure on yourself. I mean, I'm all for planning ahead, as long as I don't make myself feel like I'm running some sort of military operation. The same goes with leftovers. Don't knock yourself out trying to create something bizarre and alternative out of the turkey, when, to be honest, a cold sandwich and a bowl of hot smoky chestnut soup is simple but really delicious. And I think it really helps anyway, always to cook things you feel confident about. That way you can invite, like I like to, friends round for dinner on Christmas Eve without inducing panic. But at the end of everything, I think Christmas is a time when you want to celebrate seasonal food and use what's around. And my toasted walnut and parmesan pasta is perfect for right now. Now, I like using really short, flat pastas for this. Kind of thick enough to cope with this sauce, which ends up to be quite thick. It sort of doesn't run all over it, it just sort of sits on top and you have to mix it in. Okay, so the pasta's in, and the thing about the sauce is that really it takes less time to make than the pasta does to cook, which is about 10-12 minutes. So I've got a bit of stale granary bread, and I want to get 150 mils of milk over this. It sort of soaks in, and what this bread and the milk do is kind of help the nuts cohere and form a sort of sauce. Now, the walnuts. First off, they just have to be toasted in a dry pan. The Russian formalists always said that the point of literature was to make the stone stonier. Well, this makes the nuts nuttier. And you'll be able to tell when they're ready, because it's not that the colour changes so much with walnuts, but you do get this sort of sudden sense of a kind of walnutty fug that's hitting you about here. But these should be just about toasted now, and it really makes a difference. The flavour gets so much more intense. So I'm just going to pour them, if I can, into this blender goblet, and in with those about 25 grams of grated parmesan, or pecorino, or a mixture of both. About half a clove of garlic. I wouldn't go too heavy on that. And the bread and milk. This just gives a creaminess to the sauce. It doesn't make it taste like bread, actually. Right. And blitz. And now for the bit that brings all of this together, the oil. And not just ordinary oil, but Ligurian oil. I mean, this dish comes from Liguria anyway, but Ligurian oil is much milder than Tuscan olive oil. And the thing about walnuts is they have a very particular and intense flavour, and that pepperiness of Tuscan oil would just sort of interfere. Right, just gonna, because I used the bowl that the nuts were in earlier. So what I want first is just to take some cooking water out, because this is a thick sauce and it needs a bit of lubrication. Voila. And drain. Well, it's not vociferously drained. I've left a bit of water on it when I just turned the pasta back in the pot. Just enough to help the sauce adhere. It's con la goccia, with a drop, as it's called in Italy. In other words, you do want some water around it because it just helps the sauce amalgamate into something a bit creamier. Perfect. So I'm just going to turn this bowl. You do sometimes find this sauce with cream in it, but can you see it kind of, the combination of all the pasta and the bread and the water, it gives off its own creaminess. Just needs a couple other things. Some walnuts. It's as much about having a bit of that texture as, you know, more of the taste, and kind of remind you of what's happening. Some parsley. That's it. I mean, very little work. Very great reward. After an evening of this, I am so in need of a bit of kitchen therapy.
Pomegranates are, for me, the quintessential Christmas food. We had them every year in our stockings. I remember lying in bed from about 4 in the morning onwards, winkling out those seeds with their kind of red beadiness. And what I'm going to make now is a kind of Christmas version of something called Eton Mess, which is just cream, meringue and berries. And I suppose there's only 3 ingredients. There's no cooking really. I mean, you can buy the meringues, but there's something about this sort of exquisite jewel quality of the pomegranate which makes this feel special. Oh, look at this. Beautiful. Right, I need some meringues, crumble them in, and some double cream. It's incredibly simple. You really do not much to it. As I say, I'm not making my own meringues. It's a question of whipping up the cream. You don't want the cream to be very thick. It has to be thick enough to hold its shape, but still with a bit of soft flop about it. Perfect, that's just right. Now, these bought meringues are fine. I use a packet of 8 little meringue nests. Now, the thing is, you want to crumble them in, these crumble 7 of them in, but not too finely, otherwise it just dissolves into the cream. So, fairly large chunks. I mean, some of it will just go into dust anyway, so you have a mixture which is perfect. Now the pomegranates, you may be familiar with my pomegranate seeding technique. You just bash with a wooden spoon and the seeds just scatter out. You need to use quite a few fruits, simply because cream is very rich. Not that this is a problem at this time of year, or shouldn't be. And you just want to punctuate it with just the right amount of kind of fruitiness. Look at that lovely river of pink juice. So now I'll just fold loosely. You can see everything just hangs together in a kind of messy clump. And now, just pile it up. I don't know what I'd call this really. I mean, I just think of it as a sort of pomegranate meringue mountain. And then, just a few more seeds just on top of the cream and meringue, but also I like them scattered about the plate too. Just makes it come alive, doesn't it? Beautiful, so Christmassy. And then, never be too kitsch for Christmas. Little snowball. Anything you can do in advance is going to make your life a lot more mellow in the weeks ahead. I'm not talking about, horrible brisk efficiency, but just that sort of kitchen pottering to get yourself in a Christmas mood. And golden crunchy macadamia nut brittle certainly does it for me. I know that everyone feels kind of alarmed about the idea of making caramel, but it is so simple, as you'll see. And in fact, that's one of the things I like about this nut brittle, which is without any effort, you just make something in advance, stick in a tin, and then later on, when you haven't got time, you've got some sort of wonderful treat. And to make the caramel, it's just water, 175 mils, not boiled water, and 200 grams of sugar. Just caster sugar. Just put them together, swirl it slightly. You shouldn't ever stir at this stage. Turn on the heat, and then just bring it to a boil, let it bubble away, I don't know, about 10 minutes or however long it takes for that to turn golden. I'm using macadamias out of kind of sheer seasonal extravagance and because I love their waxy richness. You need 100 grams. Now, this is not going to be pretty. It's very hard to chop nuts without spraying, roughly into quarters, but I don't mean exactly, just have a go at them. Right, my nuts are chopped, waiting, and, excuse me, how dinky is this? And then it's just a question of tipping the nuts in, make a good swirl around, and then just, look at this wonderful stuff, pour it over here. Ugh, your dentist will so not approve. So what you do with this beautiful amber disc, once it's cooled, is put in a tin, and if you really think it's going to stay there, leave it for another day when you either just break it up into kind of big fat gold shards to eat with coffee or whatever, or else just blitz it either in a processor or just with a mezzaluna, so you've got wonderful sort of gold filings. In Naples at Christmas, they make something called insalata di rinforzo, which means reinforcement salad, which is this wonderful jewel-bright salad of preserved vegetables, which give just the right kind of zing and crunchiness to a plate of leftovers later. And please don't be alarmed about the idea of preserving. This is an incredibly simple process, just 2 stages. First, boiling water, about 4 litres of it in a pan, and then just 1 head of cauliflower broken into florets. These need to be cooked till they're what the Americans call tender crisp, I don't know, about 8 minutes, maybe less if they're very small. Then take them out and plunge them straight into a bowl of iced water. Now pour out half the boiling water, and to that add about 750 ml of white wine vinegar, a couple of more tablespoonfuls of salt, a teaspoon of fennel seeds, and 4 peeled garlic cloves. Bring the pan back to the boil and add 300 grams of peeled pickling onions, 3 stalks of chopped celery, 1 sliced bulb of fennel, 4 peppers, seeded and chopped, and 6 whole chilies. Cook everything for about 10 minutes again until kind of tender crisp, and refresh the vegetables in the same way as you did the cauliflower. These beautiful vegetables have been drained, and now it's the final part, sort of a little saucing with some olives, a couple of tubs, green, black, mixed as you want, about 200 grams. And you know, when you've got olives and capers, you know you're in the south of Italy. And wonderful bit of vitamin C, very good for winter, parsley. Now you can eat it as a salad just as it is, in which case you need to make some dressing. Vinegar, I'm using about 50 ml here. Twice that of olive oil, this extra virgin. I wouldn't normally make a dressing so vinegary, but the whole point of this is it's kind of acerbic hit. So just whisk this together, pour over. Now the easiest way to mix all of this is just to use your hands. Oh dear, first casualty in olive. This is so addictive. It's kind of halfway between a vegetable and a pickle. I love it with just a plain roast chicken, but actually, you know, with leftovers, perfect. I mean, with anything, once you start eating this, you find you have to find an excuse every day. But the whole point of this is that you can put it in jars where it will stay, you know, throughout Christmas. And indeed, what you just do is fill glass jars with it fairly closely to the top, and all you do is add liquid, half vinegar, half oil, and just pour over, which seals all that sort of crunchy sourness. I know we don't need to pickle and preserve throughout winter anymore, but it's such a pity to lose that. I have to say I find it so reassuring just to have this stash to put by on my shelves. Now my Rudolph pie is
probably better explained as a sort of Christmas shepherd's pie. I mean, you know the basic premise of shepherd's pie, you know, minced lamb with mashed potato on top. And this, along with those wonderful porcini, has two meats, venison and pork. I partly feel, you know, one meat is a meal, two meats is a feast. Now, the base, as usual, onions and carrots. 4 of each, a lot, because this is going to feed a lot. I mean, 10 at least. And although there are a lot of ingredients, you know, this is a very simple thing to cook, a shepherd's pie. Easy to cook but not brown. Right now, these glorious porcini. These mushrooms add a woodsy depth to whatever you're cooking. You know, expensive, but you're worth it. Those in, and quick turn around. And now 500 grams of button mushrooms. Now there's something really strange happens here, because normally I think these kind of mushrooms taste like nothing. I mean, of nothing. But there's something that happens when you put them with porcini. It's as if they respond to the call of the wild, and all their mushroominess returns to them, and you get lots of flavour. Right, I want to brown the meat now, but there's such a huge amount that I'm going to have to get rid of the vegetable mixture first. And I have to say, you kind of have to have dinner lady muscles for this. I don't, so... It's heavy. I can live with those bits at the bottom. Those beautiful colours. And the meat. Look at this venison. I mean, like something out of a still life. That ruby red. And the same amount of pork, because glorious though the venison is, it's very rich and very sweet and very lean. And so I want something with a different kind of layer of flavour and a bit of fat just to supply juiciness. That meat looks just about right. Great. Right. Back with these vegetables. Okay, so everything's combined. So I just need a bit of flour. This won't make anything taste floury. It's just because I want everything to adhere and combine together with a sort of oozy covering. Now, what I don't want is meat with liquid floating around it. Now, just a few things. This is the mushroom soaking liquid, which smells as dark as it looks. It's incredible. Tomatoes, I've got a couple of cans. These are chopped, I mean, whatever you've got in the house. Stir these in. And now some tomato puree, diluted a little. Right, now before I get into the overflow situation, I want a bit of marsala, just because we're going for rounded woodsiness, and because some traditions can never be dispensed with, Liam Perrins. And now it's just a question of plonking a lid partly on and letting it bubble away 40 minutes, an hour. In the meantime, I can get on with the potatoes and parsnips for the topping. We're just going to cook this now while it's still warm. 10 minutes at about a 225-degree oven should do it. After all, you're just really then crisping up the top. And now, I don't go in for piping and sort of fancy patterns, but just get a fork, draw lines over the top. And this is just because then you have lots of thinner bits of mashed potato and they crisp up when it's in the oven. And now just final touches, a few teeny bits of knobs of butter and dribble with Worcester sauce. I mean, you can just invite anyone round now, and they have to feel welcome if they're presented with this incredible sort of beast of a pie. Right in the oven. As far as I'm concerned, leftovers are the best part of Christmas. I mean, I really don't know why everyone makes such a fuss. I love that reassuring feeling of having the house sort of filled with food, ready to eat, at a moment's notice. And, far from dreading that recurring turkey, I live for it. Anyway, I don't want to do a big production number every day, and the whole point of this time of year is you don't need to. I mean, there's always something there in the fridge to eat, and you just need to add one thing. I don't know, a lovely hot pudding or some sort of easy starter. And this soup is a kind of real standby of mine. It's a lentil and chestnut soup that I had for the first time at the Caprice so many years ago, and they've long stopped having it on their menu. I still make it. Start off with some vegetables mished up in the processor. There's just a leek, a carrot, an onion and a stick of celery here. And should you have any goose fat in the house, then use that to soften the vegetables in place of the oil. And then when the vegetables are softened, add the red lentils, these lovely little split ones, about 250 grams. Then stir so that they get absorbed into that soft tangle of vegetable. Then about 1.5 litres water. Some vegetable stock, use whatever stock you want. These just need to cook now, just so they begin to disintegrate into the liquid, and it gives a kind of wonderful creamy sludge. Because this is a starter doesn't mean to say that I feel it's the sort of first course in a processional dinner, and I certainly don't mean that. The whole thing about soup is that it's kind of relaxing food. What I want is to be able to sort of sit on the sofa watching television with a mug of soup and just a really fat stuffed turkey sandwich. Look, the lentils have cooked into this glorious kind of yellow sludge. And these lentils are the original biblical mess of pottage, just so you know. So I'm just going to add these chestnuts. Can you see how lovely and soft these ones are? Which means they'll dissolve so easily into the soup. Now these just need, I would say, 10 minutes at most. And they'll have softened a bit. And then they can just go straight into the blender and be blitzed into a wonderful, creamy, velvety emulsion. Now, there's enough really here for 4 to 6, but one of the wonderful things about soup is that you can just make a whole batch up and eat it yourself as and when you want. I like to make more leftovers, not fewer. So what I need now is a good retro swirl cream. Parsley, just sprinkle over, and that is it. Christmas is all about traditions, even in really small ways. For instance, I cannot have a turkey sandwich without mango chutney in it. Now, mayonnaise okay, maybe even some cold bread sauce, but it has to be this mango chutney. Exactly the same labels I remember from my childhood, even though I never eat it any other time of the year. But I think, it makes sense to keep other pickles, like these hot ones, really something spicy with oomph, because cold turkey I love, but it hasn't got lots of flavour, which makes it actually a very good base for all spicy food. And I love some Indian spiced potatoes with it, panch poraloo, and I keep all the spices for this in one little handy container, although I now see it says best before March 1998. I think we can rid ourselves of that one. So much for efficiency. Now the potatoes for the panch poraloo, which is potatoes and whole spices, have been chopped and peeled, about 1 kilo of them. And what I want to do first is just get some oil in a non-stick pan, because then you can use less oil. And the lovely thing about this with the potatoes and whole spices basically is that it's quite a dry dish, like some of those Indian ones are. Okay, I'm going to lower in potatoes. They just need to be turned in the pan and cooked for about 10 minutes. One half cooked through just as they are. Right, just going to clamp the lid on. Turn the heat down a bit and leave that for about 10 minutes. These look wonderfully steamy, beginning to soften a little. Oh, slightly sticking, but nothing too terrible. So, spices. Now I'll start off with just a couple of ground ones, which aren't part of the 5 whole ones. Bit of chilli powder. It's about half a teaspoon here, but obviously, you know, it depends how hot you like your food. I have to say, actually, that although I love this with cold turkey, when I'm feeling a bit the worse for wear over Christmas, I like to boost the chilli factor and have this with a fried egg. It's nothing better. Okay, some turmeric, which just gives wonderful goldenness. I mean, unbeatable. About the same amount. It's going to turn the potatoes in these. Look how beautiful it is, all that golden ochre. Kind of makes me feel better for a lifetime of being chucked out of the art room at school. Okay, we're getting on to the 5 seeds. Some fresh black mustard seeds. Again, about half a teaspoon of everything. Lovely. Fenugreek, which gives wonderful sourness, because I think that's very important. It's not just heat that matters. Some fennel, very aromatic. Right, cumin, and then, not that I'm egocentric or anything, some Nigella seeds, also sold Indian shops or, you know, in those packets as kalonji. Okay, so just turn the potatoes in these spices. Now these just need another 10 or 15 minutes to cook, in the same as before with the lid on. And when they're ready, it's not just they'll be gloriously golden, but they'll be imbued with really rich, kind of haunting spiciness. Say it's not just at this time of year that I have cranberries in the deep freeze. I can open this thing, I don't know, mid-July, and the place will be littered with stray frozen berries. What I need these for now, for a wonderful kind of heartening pudding, which is, well, it's like a pie made of tender sponge. A layer of sponge, cranberries, and then sponge again. Start off with 50 grams of butter. I've already melted 125 grams here, about half a packet, and that's for the sponge itself. So you can use the berries from frozen and just tip them in with a bit of a stir just to turn them in the butter. And then I need 3 spoonfuls, well, tablespoons of sugar. It's quite a bit of sugar, but the tartness of the fruit really needs it, and that's what I love. I mean, it's a bit like as rhubarb or bramleys. You want that tartness, but tempered with the sugar. These just need to be cooked, not until they're really mushy, but just until they begin to yield their form and ooze wonderful fruity juice. Well, while those cook down, I'm going to get on with the sponge. I mean, this is very, very easy. Because the butter's melted, really you're just going to add this to some flour and sugar and eggs, and that's it. No creaming or anything. Just going to steal a bit of the butter to grease the pan. This is what we call the dog dish at home, but I have to say I love it. Very old-fashioned for pies and puddings. Okay, so 175 grams self-raising flour. The same of sugar. I got the idea for this recipe from an apple pudding that the Pudding Club do. So as you can imagine, it's not a lightweight concoction, but my feeling is these are feast days, not fast days, and you just have to do what all of us do, which is kind of overeat now and restrain yourself in January, or plan to restrain yourself in January. And then a bit of baking powder, just half a teaspoon. I mean, I know it's self-raising flour, but I want a bit of extra oomph. Okay, that's the dry ingredients done. Going to give another quick stir to the berries. Oh, they look so beautiful now. I mean, incredibly glossy and sort of ridiculously red and Christmassy. And so it's just a question of adding just a couple of eggs. It's easier just to break them in a jug first, because then you can really make this like muffins, just the wet ingredients into the dry. A bit of orange oil. If you can't get this, I mean, it's quite easy to find, but if you don't want to make an expedition, just use the zest of an orange. But this is really intensely orangey. Okay, so to the eggs, I'm just going to add the melted butter, slightly cooled now. And then, I mean, this is, very simple. As you can see, just add these wet ingredients to the dry. Lovely colour. Got a thick batter here. And this is very simple now. It's just a question of getting the pie dish and a spatula and take half the mixture, just spread it over the bottom of the dish. It does rise as it cooks. You don't want a thick covering. And it cooks slowly, about an hour in a low oven, about gas 360. Then pour on the just popped cranberries. There's too much juice, just leave it out, but a bit is fine. And then top with the rest of the batter. Now I know it looks like there's not enough to cover, and don't worry about that. Just splodge it on and sort of spatch away and cover as much as you can. It doesn't matter about the odd bit that isn't. Right, and now some flaked almonds. Maybe a few more we can. Generous, it is Christmas after all. And just a bit of demerara sugar for crunch. And that is that. In the oven now, about an hour. Inviting a table full of people round for supper on Christmas Eve might sound completely mad, but I promise you it isn't. I mean, it's a habit I've got into and I love the tradition. Apart from anything else, this dinner is everything Christmas Day isn't. It's relaxed, you don't have to spend hours in the kitchen, and you can just cook, prodding a few things while you talk to your friends, and it kind of sets you up for what is often an ordeal ahead. You know, this is just friendly. It's a way of mellowing. In essence, it's just a simple but greedy feast. Gingered prawns to start with, and then tagliata, which is a fabulous Italian way of cooking steak, and then my snowflake brownies set gloriously, seasonally alight. In fact, I don't know why people don't make brownies more often, because they are ridiculously easy to make, and I have yet to find anyone who can resist them. It's just a question of melting and stirring. First melting, it's 375 grams of unsalted butter, same amount of chocolate, really best quality dark chocolate. Put that on lowish heat. And with the melting underway, I'm going to get on with the stirring. So 6 eggs. I mean, this makes a good, fat, dense, heavy amount, so don't be alarmed at the quantities. It's not that I expect everyone to eat every last brownie tonight. It's just that, well, I think you have to have plenty. And who's going to moan about a leftover brownie? 350 grams of caster sugar, any sugar. And a good hit of pure vanilla extract. A bit of salt. That always offsets anything sweet, just a bit. Right. Stir, just to combine. And then 225 grams of plain flour. And then my snowflakes. Well, I'll come to that. Okay, this looks just about perfect. So, eggs and sugar in. Ditto flour. You can see how easy this is. And now, against this incredible sort of cocoa intensity, the squidgy interior of these brownies, we have a little snowfall. Some little teeny weeny white chocolate buttons. And these are kind of vanilla rich chunks of whiteness against all this incredible melting darkness. Irresistible. So, I'd give about 25 minutes, no longer at first, in a gas 480 oven. The thing is, you can't have a too squidgy brownie. It can go too dry, and I want these perfect. In it goes. So that's the brownies done, and while they're cooking, I'm just going to get on with the beef and the potatoes. And if it sounds daunting, the idea of sort of preparation in advance, I have to say I'm just going to do about 2 minutes work, and that means I have nothing to do later. Right, this needs to go in a marinade. The way I'm cooking this beef is in a sort of Italian-American hybrid. The cut itself is an American. I want to show it to you. It's a slice, about 4 or 5 centimetres thick across the top of the whole rump. I mean, look at this. Beautiful, isn't it? Real meat. And the way I'm cooking it is Italian. It's called tagliata, from tagliare, to cut. And it's just because I'm going to cook it whole on a griddle and then slice it very, very thinly across on the diagonal. And it has a marinade of some garlic, just 1 clove, just crush it, peel it, stick that back in the bag with it, some peppercorns, some olive oil. I think plastic bags are the best way to marinate it. A bit of red wine, vinegar, don't know why people use white wine such a lot, because red wine just gives such lovely flavour in salads as well as in marinades. And an onion. This just needs a little massage to help it on its way. And I mean, if you had time, you could do this 12 hours ahead and just stick it in the fridge, but if you've got half an hour, it's still worth doing. Just leave it in a cool place instead. Which I will now do and get on with the potatoes. The potatoes are going to get exactly the same kind of freezer bag and marinade treatment. That's to say, about 1 baking size one per person, unpeeled, just chopped into little cubes in a bag with some garlic infused olive oil and some rosemary, and that's it. Right, so the potatoes are in and they'll need about an hour. The steak is marinating beautifully. Well, the brownies I can forget now until it's time to eat them. And, you know, really for the prawns, I'm not even going to start thinking about cooking them till everyone's arrived and they've had a drink, and more to the point, I've had one as well. I'm all for taking it easy in the kitchen, but I think a little work is in order up here now. And call me obvious, but you can never have too much red at Christmas. Happy Christmas!
Oh, Happy Christmas.
Olivia, I'm going to get started on the prawns. Will you make a jug or two of seasonal bries? This is my version of sea bries, only Christmassy. Do about just under a third of Campari and just over a third of blood orange juice and cranberry juice. They're in the fridge.
Twizzle. Everyone has like a seasonal breeze.
Oh, seasonal breeze. And what's in the seasonal breeze?
It's Campari, blood orange juice.
These ginger prawns are very, very simple. It's just a question of slicing some spring onions and some ginger and garlic into kind of spiky shards. Just let these wilt slightly. With garlic, I think it's always better putting it in the pan when the oil is cold and heating up, otherwise they'll just brown straight away and taste a bit acrid. Right, so I think this is a 2-spatula job. You can smell the ginger, I mean, the minute it hits the pan. And then just in with these wonderful, plump, juicy prawns. Turn them in this aromatic kind of wonderful oil, and just clamp the lid on for a bit and let them cook. And really, these are quite big, so this lid needs to be on for about 5 minutes. Now you can see, well, that mottled grey has turned to that just incredible coral pink. Give another quick turn. And now just a kind of splosh of dry sherry. And if you had rice wine to hand, use it. Sherry just feels very Christmassy. That's perfect now. You know, the prawns have to just tender, cook through, but wonderfully fleshy. Shake them into a bowl. Take to the table and eat with really disgustingly large hunks of bread.
Yes, oysters no.
Not quite so slimy or silvery.
Am I the only one eating bread? Yes.
It would appear so. What do you think of a prawn on Christmas Eve? Very good.
Right, we're on the home run. All that needs to be done now is to grill this now marinated steak. Hard to say for how long. I like it about 5 minutes on one side and then 2 minutes, but then I like this very underdone. So on there. So while that's cooking, I'm just going to throw some rocket artlessly on this plate. And I know that food fashion victims think that rocket is, you know, just terribly passé, but you know, there is a reason why you eat rocket with tagliatelle, and it's because the pepperiness is so right for that wonderful savouriness of the beef. Just move it a teeny light or two, could you?
How do you get the potatoes so crispy?
Just cook them for a long time.